Ugh. Boom. Boom. Need to check my audio before I go too far. Jesus Christ. Every time I read the news, I'm more and more disappointed with humanity. Every time. Without fail. The sky was still pale gray. Was it dawn or dusk? It's hard to tell. The vast sky overhead, and a wide field stretching out on all sides. The sky seemed close enough to touch. Clouds low enough to grab hold of. This was one of the battlefields she'd fought on. But there was no longer any cavalry in her service. The sprawling golden meadow was gone. Instead, unfolding under the dull sky, was the remnant of a battlefield. No emotion. She must have seen this kind of thing almost daily. Her desolate heart was empty. As she leaned against the golden sword, she exhaled deeply and let her shoulders relax. The battle must have ended. After glancing over the bodies of the defeated soldiers, she returned to her camp. Those were the battles she experienced. Her cold, calm demeanor remained unchanged. No matter the predicament she's been in, she remained just like the woman I've always known. And then I see the dream of a king. The moment she drew the sword, she stopped being human. She took over for her father as a feudal lord and became a king with many knights. She was known as King Arthur and Altria. The life of the girl who once aspired to be a knight changed so radically. She acted like she was the king's son. The ruler of territories and knights had to be male. Only her father and the mage knew the king was female. She covered herself in iron and hid the truth for the rest of her life. There were those who had their suspicions, but the king of knights who wielded the sacred sword knew neither injury nor age. Excalibur was blessed with the protection of the fairies, making its possessor immortal. As such, nobody questioned her tiny frame, which was much too small for a knight, or her face, which may have appeared girlish. Instead, she was hailed as a truly beautiful king. And in fact, the king was invincible. Neither size nor appearance mattered. Those who lived in fear of the savage invaders desired a strong king, and the valiant knights who would follow only a truly superior leader. The king satisfied each of these conditions, and so nobody questioned the king's identity. It did not matter if the king was a child or a woman. All that mattered was that the king protected the nation. The new king was fair and selfless, and always stood on the front line, fighting and defeating the nation's enemies on the battlefield. Many enemies and citizens died, but the king was always just, and she played her role as king better than anyone else. There was no room to suspect otherwise, and any such suspicions would be pointless while the king was right in any case. She knew no defeat on the battlefield. Her army reformed the lost cavalry and then charged across the battlefield, defeating foreign infantry and smashing through their defenses. Did she always stand on the front lines because her nation was behind her? Before she headed out to battle, she had to cast aside so many citizens. Once she was on the battlefield, she had to cut down all her enemies. As her battles were fought in defense of her nation, it was common to wring villages dry to support the army. In that sense, no knight killed as many as she did. I can't tell if she ever really felt that burden. It's not something I can really know from a dream. But I do know she didn't have a moment's doubt or hesitation on the battlefield. Grief never touched her thoughts when she sat on the throne. A king is not human. Human emotions would make it impossible to protect people. She kept her oath, never wavering. She addressed the issues facing her nation, and she worked on matters of political concern. She ruled without ever wavering, and she punished the deserving without error. After winning so many battles, unifying so many clans, and punishing hundreds of criminals, King Arthur doesn't have a human heart. One of the knights in her entourage murmured this. Everyone must have felt the same way. The more perfectly she carried herself as a king, the more everyone questioned their monarch. There's no way someone devoid of human emotion can rule humans. Several reputable knights left the White Castle of Camelot, but the king accepted this as inevitable and incorporated it into her rule. So the fair king, once so admired by her knights, began to isolate herself. Such trivialities were no concern to the king. Even if she were deserted, feared, or betrayed, her heart would remain unchanged. It couldn't be helped. The moment she took that sword, she abandoned her emotions. And then her final battle began. The battle at Badon Hill ended in a complete victory, and that inescapable conclusion led to the savage clans finally offering peace. And so the nation that had been holding its breath, waiting to be destroyed, knew a moment of peace. The age of warfare, where a nation leaned on a singular hero, came to an end. Britain was finally going to become the nation she'd always dreamed of. The scene starts to fade away. I realize the dream is ending and I'm about to wake up. I can feel myself drifting closer to wakefulness. But before that happens, something really pissed me off. She's stupid. Oh, she's strong and a gifted fighter. But there's a difference between being good at fighting and being cut out for it. The people around her pissed me off too. If she didn't notice it, someone else around her should have told her. Or she would go on making the same mistake forever. Seriously, how the hell did she have so many people around her and not one told her the truth? I wake up. We escaped Ilias Forest and returned home yesterday afternoon. Tasaka went back to her room, complaining her stomach hurt, and my headache wasn't getting any better, so we all decided to just go to sleep. It must have been the extra weight I was lugging around. As soon as I got into bed, I couldn't get back up. Saber was the only one who seemed fine, and Tasaka and I left her to guard the house while we slept. And then... So I slept for half a day. At least my headache's gone. I'm relieved. The whole thing with Berserker, the headache I got after copying Saber's sword, was unreal. If it had kept up, my head might as well have been split down the middle. Then I notice. Huh? Saber's sitting on the floor right next to my head. Saber, why are you glaring at me like the first thing in the morning? Did something happen while I was asleep? She's glaring because she knows that you know what I know that she knows that you know. Don't you know? Was it about me being pissed? Hmm? I haven't eaten in like 2 days, so that would make sense. Saber gets up and heads silently out of my room. What was that about? I don't know why Saber's acting strange. I'm really not sure, but if she was sitting by my bedside the whole time, was she nursing me back to health? The moment I have that thought, the scene from last night comes back to me. What the hell am I thinking? I shake my head and rid myself of those impure thoughts. That night, my contact with Saber was entirely about my duty as a master. If I don't rationalize it like that, I'll never be able to look at Saber again. Calm thoughts. Calm thoughts. We acted normal when we were coming home yesterday. That's all I need to do. No, I was actually just tired yesterday, but I still need to act normal. Besides, Saber wouldn't like me acting like this. Okay, I need to calm down and make breakfast. I take a deep breath and get changed. It's 9 in the morning. Saber hasn't eaten since lunch yesterday, so she must be hungry. Nine is so late, it's practically not even morning anymore. That is such a really bad, wrong statement that it hurts. 9 is perfectly fine. But it's fine. As hungry as Saber must be, I should probably make a hearty breakfast. No, everyone's still asleep. Considering what happened yesterday, it's probably best I let them sleep. I'll leave their food out and they can eat whenever they like. I know. I feel better now, so let's head to the dojo once we finish eating. The answer is duh, yes. Why not? It's our daily routine. What's wrong, Saber? Did I say something weird? Because? There are still 3 other servants that we need to worry about. Assassin, Lancer, Caster. Yes. I see. You know, you may be right. The common enemy we share in Berserker is gone now. We teamed up to take on an enemy far stronger than us, since that's also why I trained so furiously in such a short period of time. But I'd like to keep training. I'm still an untrained mage, and I get to see the real you when you wield a sword. That makes it easier for me to talk to you, too. Well, I say easy, but what I mean is that I kind of enjoy it. Well, part of yourself, anyway. You sure do. At least you don't hold back. I prefer it that way. Besides, I think you get to loosen up as well. Anyway, our routine has been sparring in the mornings. Don't take the few pleasures I have. I take the ground beef and pork, green onions, mushrooms, onions, and eggs out of the refrigerator and head to the kitchen. All I need is panko, sake, and cooking oil. Saber mumbles quietly to herself in the living room while I work. I can't quite hear what she's saying from the kitchen. Smack, smack, pound, pound. I mix onions, panko, sake, eggs, salt with 400 grams of ground beef and pork, and knead it all together. I've decided to be bold today, so I'm making stewed Japanese-style Hamburg steak for breakfast. Saber's voice drifts out from the living room. Tasaka? I glance back over my shoulder as I cook. Tasaka comes in looking grumpy and grabs a carton of milk from the fridge. Where'd that grumpy face she'd been making a second ago go? Her eyes are practically sparkling now. Is that so? Well, she's the one who gets to enjoy herself here, not me. Reminds me of what my old man used to say. Someone gains, someone else loses. I've thought this before, but you've got a keen eye. She waves as she heads back to the living room. With a glass of milk in one hand, Tasaka plops down at the table. Seriously. I don't know where she gets off acting like a king of the castle here in my house. Yeah, way to go, Saber. She's saying everything I wish I could. However, Tasaka dismisses Saber's criticism nonchalantly by just agreeing with her.
そりゃだらけもするわよ。バーサーカーがいなくなった今、あとはキャスターとランサーとアサシンでしょ。バーサーカーに比べたら大した敵じゃないし、今のセーバーなら余裕で撃退できるじゃない。
They still haven't fixed this. They're nothing compared to Berserker. Should be a cakewalk for Saber.
それはわかりません。ランサーもアサシンも一筋縄で行く相手ではない。キャスターに至ってはまだ出会ってもいないではないですか。謙遜謙遜。アーサー王の手にかかっちゃそんじょそこらの英霊なんて10羽一からげでしょ。今までは魔力不足で嘆いてたけど、それも解決したし、今のセイバーに対抗できるサーバントなんて一人もいないわ。
Saber narrows her eyes at Tasaka. I have the same reaction. We shouldn't let what Tasaka said there just go by. Tasaka, do you know who Saber is?
うすうすね。確信が持てたのは昨日よ。あれだけの聖剣を扱える英雄なんて一人しかいないもの。まあ伝説のアーサー王が女の子っていうのには驚いたけど、目の前にいるんじゃ信じるしかないじゃない。それに伝説なんて都合よく改ざんされたものでしょ。
True.
セイバーが隠したのか周囲が隠したのか知らないけど、確かに中世の王様が女の子ってのは都合が悪いものね。そりゃ誰が何と言おうと男として扱うわよ。
Tasaka's tone remains the same. Saber at least doesn't seem to mind. If anything, she seems to agree with Tasaka. She certainly doesn't seem about to argue. She's basically acknowledged the fact. A hero with a connection to the sword is selected to be Saber's servant. Based on that alone, she would absolutely make for the best Saber. The heroic symbol of Britain. The wielder of a sacred sword, so famous she's even known as faraway land. But then, what of it? The legend of King Arthur ends with the king's death. Even heroes are still human. Their stories usually end in death, but no hero dies a proper death. King Arthur was no exception. If I remember correctly, King Arthur died in battle. At the Great Battle of Camlan. After unifying Britain and supposedly having no more foreign enemies to defeat, King Arthur was drawn into conflict with an unexpected enemy in the end. It was the treachery of her own army, the knights she vowed to protect and fought alongside for so long, that led to King Arthur's death. King Arthur defeated the army's leader, but took a fatal wound in the battle, and so entrusted her only surviving knight, Bedivere, with the task of returning the sacred sword where it belonged. Travel across this bloody battlefield and over the hill. You will find a deep lake. Throw this sword into that lake. But Bedivere did not fulfill that final duty. Fearing the implication of losing the sword, Bedivere falsely reported not once but twice that he had thrown it into the lake. Each time, King Arthur once more ordered Bedivere to throw the sword away. Finally, with his third attempt, Bedivere was able to fulfill his king's wishes. It is said that King Arthur died after making certain the sword has been returned.
それよりシロ、あんたこれからどうする気よ。
Tasaka suddenly turns to glare at me. What do you mean plan to do?
和室で寝てる物騒な子供のことよ。放っておけって言ったのに、ここまで連れてきたのはあんたじゃない。
それについては私も言いたい。バーサーカーを失ったとはいえ、イリアスフィールは危険なマスターだ。それを保護するなどシロはどうかしています。
そうそう、あんなのは綺麗に預けちまえばいいのよ。
The two glare at me as one. That's right. The moment Berserker disappeared, Ilya fainted. She showed no signs of waking up, and I couldn't just leave her, so I brought her back home. Of course, Tasaka and Saber objected, so I carried her myself. A master who loses their servant either flees before another master kills them or is protected by the church. Tasaka says we should let Kitamine take care of her, but I don't think that priest would take very good care of Ilya, so I'm having her stay in one of our spare rooms.
シロ、あなたの考えは立派ですが、イリアスフィールに関わるのは危険です。今ならまだ間に合う。早々に教会に預けるか、その令状を剥奪するべきだ。
Saber's serious. Changing her mind won't be easy. Do you have a problem? We couldn't just leave her alone. Ilya's just a kid, and she wasn't herself. I'd feel bad leaving her with Kotomine.
かわいそう。あんたね、あの子にあんな目に遭わされて、まだそんな寝ぼけたこと言うわけ？
同感です。シロはイリアスフィールに感情移入しすぎています。彼女は何度もシロを殺そうとしたではないですか。
The two are more united than ever, but I need to stay my ground. Ilya was our enemy, but she never had any malice for us. As long as she has a good influence, she won't do any more harm. And I said this at the start. I'm not fighting to kill masters. I'm fighting to end the battle.
それは分かってはいますが。
Saber's tone softens, though she's clearly not convinced. But
そう。それじゃあイリアスフィールのしたことを全部許すっていうの？言っとくけど、あの子は私たち以外のマスターも襲っている。もしかしたらもう何人かマスターを殺しているかもしれない。それでもあなたは助けてやるっていうのね。
well, yeah. Ilya admitted she killed Shinji after I let him go. Shinji used Ryder to try and kill everyone at school. If that's what he did as a master, I suppose his death was inevitable. But Shinji was a friend of mine for years, and thinking of Sakura, I can't just write off what Ilya did. But that means there's no chance at closure. Even if Ilya is no longer a master, as long as she can reflect and feel remorse, I think we should save her.
そうね。それは正しい。けどシロ、私はアーチャーのことを帳消しにする気はないの。私のアーチャーはあいつに殺されたんだから。
That's fair. We're at an impasse here. We all freeze, staring at each other. But then...
何よ。サーバントなんて最後にはみんな消えちゃうじゃない。そんなこと気にしてるなんて、マスター失格ね、リン。
The very girl under discussion appears.
イリアスフィール。
待ちなさい。あなたたちに用はないわ。戦う気もないから、そんなに切り立たないでくれない？ほんと、同じレディーとして恥ずかしいわ。私よりずっと年上なのに、たしなみってものがないんだから。
Ilya shrugs, looking disgusted.
なんですって？
Seiba and Tasaka are once again in sync. A whole new kind of intensity comes over them.
まあ、それも怒らないであげる。今はあなたたちに構ってる場合じゃないもの。
Ilya turns from them to face me. Ilya?
礼を言います、セイバーのマスター。敵であった我が 身まで気遣うその心遣い、心より感謝いたしますわ。
Huh? I stare at Ilya in disbelief. So sudden is this that even Saber goes quiet. Tasaka just keeps drinking her milk, giving Ilya the stink eye. And then, Ilya smiles that familiar smile of hers.
なんてね。やっぱりシロはお兄ちゃんだ。
She launches herself right at me and hugs me around the neck. Huh!
何者。
Tasaka spits out her milk. What the? I can almost hear the vein popping in Saber's forehead.
離れなさい、この無礼者。
Saber rushes towards me. Ilya twists around, swinging to my back.
無礼者はどっちよ。サーバントのくせに私に意見しようなんて100年早いわ。
あなたに従う義務もなければ意志もありません。減らず口を言う暇があるなら今すぐ城から離れなさい。
そんなの聞かないよーだ。ねえシロ、昨日みたいにしよう。あれ、本部って言うんだよね。
Ilya spins around me. Saber hurries after her, trying to catch her. This is bad. What specifically is bad? Well, it's just bad. The two can't stop glaring at each other. It must be because Tasaka is just watching from afar, but... She just wipes the milk from her mouth and as if nothing is happening, and says...
どうでもいいんだけどね、二人とも。そのままだと、そいつ死ぬわよ。
The two peer curiously at me. It's pretty clear. My neck's getting wrenched around. I now face the greatest danger of my life. Okay, let's review the current situation. The Hamburg steak I'd been working so hard on is packed away in the freezer. First, there's Tasaka. She's being relatively quiet. She seems to be keeping a straight face, and it looks like she's going to watch things play out. But who can say what she might be thinking to herself?
何シロ。
Ilya's sitting next to me, and for some reason, she looks like she's in a good mood. She's looking curiously around the living room, but it doesn't look like Saber or Tasaka have much concern to her. Whatever either of them might say is likely to go in one ear and out the other. And then there's the one I'm most concerned about. Saber. She's glaring anxiously at both me and Ilya. She's not usually so fidgety and restless. It feels like I'm resting on a bed of nails. So I can't leave things like this. I don't know what's going to come of this, but I have to do something about the situation. Let's settle this. If we keep this up, it'll drag out until lunch.
そうね。結論は決まっているし、問題は早めに片付けた方がいいわ。そうでしょ、セイバー。
Rain, you don't live here.
そうですね。私とリンの意見は同じですから。あとはシロに納得してもらうだけですが。
Saber is really digging her heels in.
ねえシロ、リンとセイバーは何を話したがってるの？
Well, they want to talk about what we should do with you. You lost your servants, so we want to know what you plan to do from now on.
そんなの決まってるでしょ。教会に保護させるか、森の城に追い返すのよ。どちらにしたってここにいさせる選択肢はないからね。シロもそう思ってるの？
Ilya looks at me with her face emotionless. I am sticking to my guns. Ritsuko always told me to protect girls, and I don't like seeing kids suffer. Well, I think Ilya should stay here. The Holy Grail War isn't over, and I want to shelter Ilya until the last of the masters are taken care of. Hey Ilya, you're choking me. I can't breathe. I intend to pry off Ilya from me, but before I get the chance, Saber steps over and does it for me. What about it? Ilya doesn't have a servant anymore, so she's not dangerous. She's no longer a master. Besides, how would you feel if she got attacked after we abandoned her? Ilya's life would be in danger, and the other masters might gain power from her. Saber hesitates. No matter what she says, Saber understands that another master might attack Ilya if we leave her alone. Fine, argue away.
セイバーを陥落したところ悪いけど、私はまだ説得されてないわ。いいシロ、そいつはまだマスターなのよ。サーバントを失っても、霊樹がある限り、マスターはマスターだって教えたでしょ。
She says that. Tasaka just butts in while she sips her tea. What's that supposed to mean, Tasaka?
だから、霊樹さえ残っていれば、サーバントとは何人でも契約できるのよ。主のいないはぐれサーバントがいて、かつマスターにそのはぐれサーバントを許容できるキャパシティさえあれば、何人とだって契約はできるわ。
What the heck? So if there's a capable master around, they can form contracts with as many servants as they want?
何人でもってわけじゃないわ。聖杯の力で呼び出せる英霊は7人が限度だから、最大でも7人ね。
But if you have all 7 anyway, you've just won.
最もどんなに優れた魔術師だって複数のサーバントを具現化させる魔力なんてないわ。
There's that too. So it's probably just 1.
あるとしても、その場合は10の魔力を5に分けて2人のサーバントを刺激することになる。そうなるとサーバントの能力は下がるから、複数のサーバントと契約する旨味はないけどね。
I see. So if I form a contract with Saber and Berserker, they would have to split my magical energy between them to maintain their existence, which would drastically weaken them both. That means it would take more make more sense to keep one servant and supply them with magical energy. Now that you mention it, didn't you say servants could change masters? Is this what you meant?
あら、珍しく勘がいいじゃない。シローの言う通り、サーバントがマスターを変えるっていうのはそういうことよ。マスターを失ったサーバントは消えるまでいくらか猶予がある。で、その間に他にサーバントを欲しがっているマスターを探して契約すれば元通りってわけ。だからリンに気を許しちゃダメよ、シロー。そいつだってまだマスターなんだから。シローを殺してセイバーを奪うかもしれないし、まだ生きてるサーバントと再契約するかもしれないわ。
You're right, Ilya. She could kill me. She won't. But, like, that's... imagine. Just to play it off.
そう。それはあんたにそっくりお返しするわ、イリア。そんなことないもん。私、他のサーバントとなんて組まない。イリアのサーバントはずっとバーサーカーだけなんだから。
I don't know what kind of relationship Ilya and Berserker had, but I do know that servant was special to her. That is a surprise, but at the same time, it makes me happy. I'm happy to know that despite the fact that as a master, Ilya was relentless, she still cherished her partner.
あ、でもシローが負けちゃったら、セイバーは私がもらうわ。私はシロー以外のマスターが勝つのは認めない。でも、もしシローが負けちゃったら、私が代わりに勝ってあげるんだから。
Ilya says that proudly, just as she's starting to impress Saber and Tasaka.
バカなことを言わないでほしい。私はシロのサーバントです。あなたのサーバント。
へえ、別にそれでも構わないわ。私はシロに勝ってもらえればそれでいい。私が勝つのもセイバーがシロを守ってくれるのもどうせ最後は同じだもの。
Huh? What a weird thing to say. Actually, if she wants me to win, why would she think like that anyway? And then, Tasaka must have found it strange too. She starts to think.
私は構います。ともかく私は認めません。リン、あなたからもシロに忠告してください。
ごめんなさい、聞いてなかったわ。もう一度言って、セイバー。
ですからイリアスフィールをここにかくまうのは反対だということです。
ああ、それいいんじゃない？別にかくまうぐらいなら。
は？
Saber freezes. I'd advocated for this, and even I'm surprised. I don't blame the opposing Saber for being frozen in shock.
リン、あなた正気ですか？
ええ、冷静に考えてみればリスクはどっちも同じなのよ。イリアを一人にするのもここでかくまうのも教会に預けるのも変わらない。いえ、むしろイリア目当てでマスターが来てくれた方が助かるわ。今のセーバーなら他のサーバントが束になっても負けっこない。聖杯戦争を終わらせるならその方が手っ取り早いし、それはあなただって望むところでしょ、セイバー。ま、あなたが他のサーバントに負けるっていうんなら話は変わるけど。
まさか今の私がどのような状態かリンなら分かっているでしょう。シローが私のマスターである限り私に敗北などありえません。
でしょ？ならイリアをかくまうのも問題ない。それに気になることもある。シローの選択はもしかしたらとんでもない妙手だったのかもしれないわ。
Tasaka goes quiet. She must have convinced Saber, who reluctantly takes a step back from Ilya. We finish breakfast, then move to the dojo. Tasaka goes back to her own room, while Saber follows me. As for Ilya,
ねえ、本当に剣の鍛錬なんかするの？
she follows me to the dojo, like we're joined at the hip.
私、今日はシローと遊べると思って楽しみにしてたんだよ。なのにセイバーなんて邪魔者はいるし、ここ寒いし、つまんないよ。
Well, I'm not surprised Ilya thinks this is boring. Watching someone train isn't what I'd call exciting.
ねえ、今に戻ろう。強くなりたいなら、私がシローの力になってあげる。
Ilya takes one of my hands in both of hers and tries to tug me away from the dojo. But at least in this, I can't indulge Ilya. No, I can't, Ilya. I train every day, so I can't miss today. I'm not a proper mage, so I need to work hard to be ready to fight. Besides, if I train, I can protect you too, Ilya. I decided to shelter you here, so I should train to help me do just that.
それはそうかも。けど私、シローに守られなくてもいいんだけどな。シローはお兄ちゃんなんだから、一緒にいてくれるだけでいいんだもん。
It seems I failed to convince her. Ilya tugs more aggressively at my hand. Saber watches silently all the while. Her eyes burn into the pair of us. She must still not approve of Ilya being here, and is being more than a little cold toward her. And then our eyes meet. Good timing. I'll ask Saber's opinion. I said I can't. Tell her, Saber. Tell her I train with you every day.
私に言うべきことなどありません。 イリアスフィールを連れてきたのはシローです。彼女に言い聞かせるのはシローの役割で、私の責務には含まれていませんから。
Ugh. I don't know why, but I guess she's really ticked now.
なんだ、セイバーもよくわかってるじゃない。剣の鍛錬なんてしなくていいのよ。残ってるのは雑魚ばっかりなんだから、そんなの必要ないもの。ねえシロ、他のマスターなんてセイバーに任せて、私たちは外で遊ぼう。
Well, hey, slow down. I lose my balance. And feel myself being tugged towards the dojo's exit. Hey, no, let go, Ilya. I'm not going to indulge you this time. I'm not skipping my sword training. I'm going to stick to it. Sure, you might be thinking it's boring, but I'll enjoy it. If you're going to complain, then go wait in the living room. I shake her off violently. She obviously didn't expect me to fling her away like that. Ilya backs off surprised, then looks at me nervously. Crap. I should have been nicer about it. Sorry, Ilya, I was too rough with you. But I'm not going to give up my sword training. I'm sorry to leave you alone, but please stay in the living room. Ilya sulks away toward the entrance, but stops by the wall. Hmm? Ilya suddenly roars in defiance. She glares our way, pitching a small tantrum. Well, I don't mind, but it's cold in the dojo, and there's tea and snacks in the living room for you. Ilya huffs and turns her nose up. Oh well. You're more than welcome to go back to the living room if you get bored. At least things have settled down. I take the two shinai, lean against the wall, and turn to face Saber. Let's begin. It's been 3 days, so I might be a little rusty. Hey, are you okay, City? Saber, you look a little dazed. Do you have a fever?
いえ、別にそういうことではないのですが。
Saber turns away from Ilya, furiously shaking her head. Are you all right? Let's begin. Here's your shinai.
いえ、投げていただければ結構です。あまり不用意に近づかれては困ります。私たちは剣の鍛錬をするのですから。
Somebody's being shy. That's what I've been saying. What else would we be doing, Saber? A little confused, I tossed the shinai to her. Besides, I've never once landed a strike on Saber. I've never even gotten so close to being within striking range of her, so Saber telling me not to come so close seems odd. Saber takes the shinai I tossed her a bit awkwardly, and then lets out an audible sigh.
それでは始めましょう。今までとは勝手が違いますが、平静を保つようにしろ。
Saber glances at Ilya as she speaks. I'll be fine. Once we started, nothing will bother me. I grip my shinai and focus on Saber. She stands in front of me, shinai in hand. Now my attention is fixed only on her. We spend 2 hours training. Then I go on break as usual. It just reminds me how amazing you are, Saber. I nod approvingly and gulp some water from the kettle I brought along. I quench my thirst and wipe the sweat from my neck with a towel, which helps me finally relax.
ねえ、今のが鍛錬なの？なんかシロが一方的にやられてたようにしか見えなかったけど。
Ugh. Ilya's so blunt about things most people would find awkward. It's not true. It may have looked like I was just getting beat up, but it was actually worse before. In fact, I didn't pass out even once, so I'd say I did pretty well today.
そうなんだ。けど、それってシロの腕前なのかな？セイバー、シロが何度もバランス崩してたのに、わざと見逃してたような気がするんだけど。
Ilya's expression turns thoughtful. She's sharp. I found it odd too, actually. Either Saber was holding back out of concern for me, or she isn't in top form. Whatever the case, Saber didn't go all out. She may not always fight seriously when we're training, but she always been merciless without exploiting openings before. Today she lacks drive, though. Normally she just rushes in and attacks hard enough to knock me out, but there was none of that today. You think so too, Ilya? Maybe Saber's given up on me.
不思議とそんな感じはしなかったよ。セイバー、ちゃんとシロに追い打ちしようって竹刀を構え直すんだけど、とっさにやめて下がっちゃうのよ。あれ、何だったのかな。見逃してるっていうより、怖がってるっていうか、遠慮してるっていうか。
Saber would never hold back. If she had a compassion for that, she wouldn't have beat me so bad the first day. Yeah, Saber isn't isn't the sort to hold back in training. That's why I was able to focus so completely on her weapon. It's gotten into Saber. This isn't training at all. It seems unbelievable, but did she go easy on me?
いえ、手を抜いていたなどということはありません。私は普段通りシロより一段階上の剣士を想定して相手をしていたのですが。
Something's not right. Saber has to see it too. Yeah, I can't imagine you ever taking it easy on me, and I know you were being serious. But I think you were holding back. If you don't come right at me, this is pointless.
正面からですか？ですが、そうなるとマスターに近づきすぎです。それでは展開によっては体がぶつかってしまうというか。
Huh? Well, we're sparring, so I guess we might bump shoulders or something. Besides, you used to slam your whole body into mine to knock me down because you said I wasn't defending myself well enough. And close combat is your specialty, Saber.
私、そんなことをしていたのでしょうか?
That's kind of a weird question, but yeah, frequently. Remember how you just slammed me into the wall when we first sparred? I said you were pretty strong for a girl, and you said it was natural for a swordsman. Saber stands there, dumbfounded. What's going on? Saber's acting really weird today. I'd hate to learn that she isn't feeling well. I should talk to Chisaka later. I know what's wrong! Was it not obvious? Anyway, we get back to our training, but it's still different than before. After just a few strikes, Saber sits down her Shinai. Is this a new kind of training? She might strike me straight in the head the moment I drop my guard and get close. I breathe hard, watching Saber cautiously. Saber narrows her eyes, showing that she is serious now, and steps forward.
シロ、昼食にしましょう。
That's not like her. Huh? I lower my Shinai. Lunch? Is it that time already? I check the clock. It's a bit before noon. It's lunchtime for sure, but this is the first time Saber's been the one to step up and suggest it. Neither Saber or I paid much attention to the time when we trained before. We'd take a break, then notice we were hungry, and then we'd check the clock and see that it was about lunchtime. It's a good idea. I could go along with it easily, though. I'm going to go with a question. Yeah, Ilya's here too, so let's have lunch early today. I agree to Saber's suggestion and lower my Shinai. And then... Saber's shoulders sag in relief. What's really going on? She's acting so weird. Maybe I should at least ask why.
よかった。それでは今に向かいましょう。シロの作ってくれる食事は美味しいのですが、準備に時間がかかってしまいますから。
Do you think the time I spend working on lunch is wasted time? I guess I should have made a bento for lunch every day. That would have been much easier and less time consuming, and I wouldn't have been in the kitchen every time either. I put all the work into lunch as a way of thanking her, but if Saber doesn't like me spending so much time on that, so be it.
シロ、何をしているのです。早く居間に向かいましょう。
What? Oh yeah, lunch, right. I lean my Shina against the wall and set 3 cushions on the floor.
ええ、昼食です。一息入れるのはその後なのですから、早く厨房に立ってもらわなければ困ります。
Why? We need to go back to the living room. And we don't need to rush. What would be the problem? Saber stopped so suddenly, I could practically hear gears grinding. And how come today, of all days, you're so insistent about stopping on time? What's got you in such a hurry?
いえ、別に急いでいるというわけではないのですが。
And we can enjoy a nice leisurely lunch since we have time.
いえ、それはそうなのですが。いいですから今に行きましょう。昼食を取らなければ午後の鍛錬に支障をきたします。
And I said I already prepared it. If you've got the time, then you can go to the living room and bring back the bento I made this morning.
お弁当ですか。
And as I open the windows to let in the cool air. And then, our stomachs growl, signaling that we're both hungry. Alright. We always let our stomach growling to be our meal alarm. No wonder it seemed weird. I turned to Saber. What's wrong, Saber? Did opening the windows make it too cold? We should at least ventilate the room since we're eating here, though.
いえ、なんでもありません。今に昼食が用意してあるのですね。
Saber dashes out of the dojo. What was that all about? Saber's half-hearted hits, the way she acted now, maybe she does have a fever. It's noon and we eat lunch. I made a hearty breakfast, so lunch is boxed leftovers.
これは、なるほど。朝の料理をパンに挟んだのですね。
Saber nods her approval as she eats her sandwich. The way she uses a paper napkin to keep her hand from getting dirty. There's such grace even in the way she eats a bento.
朝も思ったけど、シロはお料理上手よね。私ね、ご飯が美味しいのはいいことだと思うな。
On the other end of the spectrum, Ilya eagerly crams her sandwich into her mouth. I can't tell if she's just playing around or copying me. Ilya seems to have better manners than Saber, except at the table.
待ちなさい、イリアスフィール。それでは髪が汚れてしまいます。
Ilya must have had butter smeared on the corner of her mouth or something. Saber leans in reluctantly, wiping off whatever it is.
ありがとう。けど、どういうつもり？セイバーは私のこと嫌いなんでしょ？
ええ、今でも警戒はしています。ですが私とて人の心はわかる。あなたには敵意がなく、シローは客人として迎えました。ですから私も最低限の礼は尽くしますし、それにその髪は美しい。目の前で汚れてしまうのはいささか心苦しいというものでしょ
そんなこと言ったってシロは私のものだけど、まあ少しはセイバーのこと考えてあげてもいいわ。シロを勝たせてあげることはできるけど、私じゃ守ってあげられないものね。
Ilya shrugs and takes another bite of her sandwich.
言われるまでもありません。マスターの盾となるのはサーバントの責務ですから。
Saber responds plainly enough as they eat. Their conversation hasn't changed much, but at least they sound calmer. As we relax after finishing our meal, Tasaka comes in.
シロいる？こっちの準備はできたから早めに顔を出してよね。
Her message delivered, Tosaka heads straight back into the outbuilding. Alright, I forgot. Tosaka was going to teach me Magecraft in the afternoon. I've never had a proper teacher, so Tosaka's Magecraft lectures have been really helpful. She seems to be willing to keep teaching, so I should clean up here and quickly head over to her. Sorry, but I'm going to head to Tosaka's room. I'm not sure how long it's going to take, so you two should head back to your rooms and rest. Ilya walks out of the dojo, rubbing her sleepy eyes. That's a relief. As long as Ilya goes to sleep, I don't think there's any problem with me going to Tosaka's room. Yeah. I just said that. Tosaka's teaching me the basics of Magecraft. You keep bringing this up, but there's still other people. Obviously not if she's trying to teach me. She might be right. Tosaka's lessons were originally meant to help me when we were up against Berserker. So with him gone, there's no reason for her to teach me anything else. No, Berserker or not, I do still want to learn from her. There's still so much I don't know as a mage. I'd like to fix that as soon as I can. Huh? Saber looks sullen as she says this. My spleen! Oh. That's how she began. It's kind of an odd question to ask the moment I arrive. Huh? Broken? Like what? According to Saka, some parts of me should be numb. But since I'm the one living in my body, I can say she's wrong. Nope, everything's working fine. The headache and fever are gone now that I've had a good night's sleep. I feel fine. But I told you I'm fine. Besides, if my body wasn't working, I wouldn't have been able to carry Ilya back to the house. And at that point, the only thing wrong with me was a headache and a fever. She tugs on my arm before I can reply, then stares at it. I realize I'm holding my breath. I may have gotten used to her being around, but I'm definitely not used to her being so close. Tosaka mutters quietly to herself as she inspects my arm. Hey! As if that weren't enough to leave me beet red. Rin lifts my sleeve up, pressing her fingers along my arm. Hey, stop. That's enough, Tosaka. Go sit down if you're done. Tosaka leans closer to me. That's for me to worry about. It's none of your business, so leave me alone. Don't put your hand on my forehead. I don't have a fever, so there's no point in this.
熱っていうより酔っ払ってるみたい。
She's doing this on purpose. This is deliberate, I know it. Tasaka, you know exactly what you're doing, don't you?
ああ、バレた？シロがあんまりにもベタな反応するからついからかっちゃった。
Anyone who would toy with a man's innocent feelings like that should do their repentance in hell.
ま、冗談はこの程度にしといてあげる。あんまりからかうとミイラ取りがミイラになりかねないしね。
That's a problem. I feel like Tasaka's only teasing me harder now. Tasaka, might I remind you that this is a serious and I'm here to learn from you.
あら、失礼ね。私だってそのつもりよ。今のだって教え子の状態を確認しただけだもの。
Oh yeah? So are you going to get to the today's topic then?
そうね。本題といっても私の専門外だからアドバイスぐらいしかできないけど、しないよりはマシだから。
Okay.
正直に言ってしまえばね、私があなたの力になってあげられたのは前回でおしまいなのよ。こんな短期間の授業で魔術は身につかない。
Right.
私はただあなたが使ってなかったスイッチを取り付けただけ。それはわかる？
You meant the jewel. Yeah, ever since I swallowed it, I've been able to turn my magic circuits on and off without creating them from scratch every time.
そう、一朝一夕で教えてあげられたのはそれぐらい。けどそれだって今まで鍛えてきたものを表に出したに過ぎないわ。私はあなたが体で覚えた魔術を後押しすることしかできないし、他の魔術を教える気もない。だって才能ないもの、あなた。
Yeah, you being so blunt about that is enlightening. But you can at least give me some advice about the magecraft that I can use, right? So tell me what kind of magecraft I used last night. Tasaka doesn't answer. She's glaring at me like I'm her worst enemy. Tasaka, this is supposed to be a lecture, right? I get nervous when you get all quiet like that. She looks away, frowning. It's only a brief flicker of her expression, though.
無理よ。私、投影魔術なんて使えないもの。自分が知らないものを教えられるわけないじゃない。
Huh? Something you can't do? Wasn't that what I used against Berserker pretty basic for a mage? I just imagined destruction and let the magical energy flow into it. It's no different than strengthening magecraft, but flooding your own magical energy into something that's already formed is difficult. It's like adding what you think is red to an existing mixture of paints to draw out the red hue, only to end up with some completely different color. By comparison, this is much easier work with my own paint from the very beginning. I can just draw whatever I want that way. What do you mean you can't do it? I'm sure you can do that kind of thing. It's much easier than strengthening.
あんたね、今の他の魔術師に言ったら間違いなく殺されるわよ。あんたがやったのは投影で、かつ宝具を完全に苦戦していた。あそこまでできるフェイカーなんて私は知らない。
A chill runs down my spine. It's not my imagination. Tasaka's actually angry.
どうってことないわ。そんなことあんたの蔵を見た時からうすうす感づいてたんだから。今さらエミやシローに殺意を抱いても仕方ない。勘違いしているようだから言ってあげるとね、あなたがやったのは投影の魔術なの。実在する美術品とか名剣とかそういったものを自身の魔力でイメージとして再現するっていう半端な魔術よ。大抵は儀式の際に使用する一時しのぎの代用品として使われる。イメージで編んだそれは当然架空のものとして認識されるからすぐに消えてしまうものなんだけどね。
Huh? I get that they're replicas created from a mental image. I saw Saber's sword in my dream and imagined the golden sword based on it. I don't really get it. Magical energy is like clay, right? Reproduction or no, what you make shouldn't disappear once the object takes form, right?
そんなわけないじゃない。魔力ってのは自分の体の中でしか存在できないものでしょ。だから物に魔力を通したり、魔力をスターターにして自然干渉を行うんじゃない。そりゃあ私だって魔力を飴のように込めて探検ぐらい作れるわ。けどそれで終わり。それは探検の形をした飴に過ぎないし、外に出した魔力は気化していくからすぐに消えてしまう。いい？魔力だけで作り上げたものは長続きしないものだし、あくまで形だけのものよ。まあその形だけのものを外見も性能もオリジナルに近づけるのが投影魔術らしいんだけど。
She's right. Magical energy has no shape. I can feel it while it's flowing through my body. Once it leaves, it thins out and eventually disappears entirely. But then, no matter how many blueprints I make in my mind in form of magical energy, everything will fade because it's all made from magical energy. Now that I think about it, when Kiritsugu was teaching me magecraft, I showed him my half-assed attempt at projection. But he told me to stick to strengthening because that was what I was doing instead. What I was doing instead was inefficient. I see. So projection consumes a lot of magical energy, and there's no point in using it because what you make disappears immediately.
そういうこと。例えば銃の魔力を使って剣を投影するでしょ。その場合、その剣の力はせいぜい3か4なのよ。人間のイメージなんて穴だらけだから、本物通りの複製なんてできないんだもの。対して銃の魔力を使って剣を強化した場合、その剣の力は20にも30にも跳ね上がる。加えてその持続時間は投影の何百倍よ。分かった？投影魔術っていうのは今じゃ儀式の時にしか使われないものなの。道具が揃えられなかった時の代用品としてすぐに消える複製品を用意するための魔術に過ぎない。シローの父親が強化を教えたのは適切よ。ただでさえ魔術回路が少ないんだから、投影なんて無駄な魔術を教えたら一般人と変わらないもの。
I got that. But what was that then? The golden sword I imagined was real for a moment. And it even had a real sword's power. Huh. Was it just a freak accident that I projected Saber's sword then? Now I think about it, the amount of magical energy in the sword was remarkable. Replicating something that ends up with a few hundred times magical energy I myself have does seem pretty weird.
それはそうきっとシロは剣と相性がいいのよ。魔術師はそれぞれ属性を持ってるでしょ。あなたはそれが剣なんだと思う。
Connections? You mean elements like fire or water?
そう。普通は世界を構成する一元素を背負うものなんだけどね。魔術協会でも火はノーマル、風はノーブルって言われてるじゃない。死水火風空でもいいし、木火土金水でもいい。
Some sort of element.
このうちどれか一つを魔術師は持っているんだけど、中にはさらに分化した属性もあるわ。大抵そういう魔術師は中央には入れず、突出した専門家として名を馳せるらしいけど、それで言うならシローは剣よ。多様性はないけど、こと剣に関しては頂点を狙えるってこと。
I see. That's probably true. I've always been fascinated with swords. Now I'm curious about Tasaka's specialty. Knowing her is probably fire or wind or something else that would suit someone like her, but I should probably just ask since I'm curious. Hey Tasaka, I'm curious. What's your specialty?
私は五大元素っていう属性だけど。
Does she mean all of them?
ともかく私が言えることなんてそんなものよ。 投影は虚栄って言われるぐらい意味のないものだからあまり多用はしないこと。それにね、セイバーの剣を模造するなんてそんなのは自殺行為よ。あの時はうまくいったからいいものの、本来なら自滅していてもおかしくなかった。あんたも言ってたけど、セイバーの剣の魔力はシローの魔力のキャパシティを超えているのよ。それを複製するってことは自分の魔術回路の限界を軽くオーバーしてるってわかるでしょ。
Yeah, I know. But it's not so easy to go beyond your own... It's not so easy to go beyond your own limits, right? I thought I couldn't go any further anyway, because I was already at my limit to begin with.
いけるわ。だからこそ魔術師は死と隣り合わせなんじゃない。魔術が形式に沿ったものなら知識さえあればどんな魔術だって行えるのは同意でしょ。たとえ自分では再現不可能の奇跡だって分かっていても、それにチャレンジすることは誰にでもできる。魔術師なんて動力源に過ぎない。小さなエンジンでもアクセルを踏み続けていれば規定以上のスピードは出る。けどその先にあるのは自滅しかない。それと同じよ。魔術師っていうのはね、自滅さえ覚悟するなら限界なんて簡単に超えられる。魔術回路を焼き切らせて神経をズタズタにして、それでも魔力を回転させていけば奇跡に手は届くわ。あなたの投影はまさにそれよ。戦いの後ずっと体が熱かったのは神経が焼き切れていたからだもの。それが分不相応な魔術の代償よ。手足の1本や2本壊れて当然のことをあなたはしたの。
He did mention that. Tasaka's voice grows a little louder, but at the same time...
だから覚えておきなさい、エミヤ君。自分の限界を超えた魔術は術者を廃人にするわ。セイバーの剣を投影するなんてもう二度とやらないで。
I can't promise you that. Tasaka is worried about me, genuinely. After her warning, Tasaka prescribes some medicine I'm not familiar with.
まあ無理するなって言っても無駄だろうしね。気休めだろうけど、もしもの時の痛め止めぐらいは飲んどきなさい。うまくいけばあざで変色した肌も治るかもしれないし。
Tasaka explains this as she prepares some kind of green powdery medicine. I drink it with some tea. Tasaka rummages through her stuff and tries to prescribe some other medicine. Anyway, I feel bad for Tasaka having to go through all her stuff just for me, but I feel like I'm wasting time just sitting here. I should. Yeah. I think I got what projection magecraft is all about, but I want more detail. Especially the part about taking an image and giving it shape. Hey Tasaka, sorry to interrupt you, but...
何よ、早くしろってんなら蹴っ飛ばすわよ。探し物が見つからなくてイライラしてるのはこっちなんだから。どうしてこうしまったはずのものがなくなってるのよ、この家は。
She complains to herself as she searches. Classic Tasaka. Especially the part where she stumbles in the preparation phase, even though she executes everything else flawlessly. Come on, forget about it. Can you just tell me more about what we were discussing earlier? The stuff about how projection or replica is created using images?
まあいいわ。話しておくことはあんたのためになるかもしれないし。
She's definitely in a bad mood. She tosses aside the duffel bag she's been rummaging through and plops down in a chair.
じゃあ手短に説明するわね。投影っていうのは手持ちにないものをその時だけ使うためのものよ。逆に言えばこの世にないもの、とっくに失われたものさえ復元することができる。本物を寸分たがわず想像できれば、あとは魔力で一時的に編み上げられるってこと。 この投影したものは魔力の期間に応じて消えていくのは話したわよね。どんなに強い魔力でもイメージで編み上げた物体はだんだんと薄れていく。そんな幻想は世界そのものが許さない。だから投影によって編み上げられたものは一日だって世界にはとどまれない。
What do you mean? The world won't allow it.
幻想は幻想だから何でもありなの。それがもし形を得てしまったらそれはもう現実でしょ。けど現実にはそんなものは存在しない。その矛盾を解消するためにね、現実が幻想を潰しにかかるのよ。いい？魔術ってのは元からあるものに手を加えて違うものに切り替える現象を言うの。言うなけど幻想に等価交換も何もない。イメージで作られたものが世界のどこにもない場合、それは絶対の矛盾になる。だからこの時代にありえないセーバーの剣なんて投影したら世界そのものがその幻想を破壊する。世界とつながって奇跡を起こすのはいいけど世界にない奇跡を起こすのはご法度だから。通常の魔術っていうのは世界のどこかにある実物を目の前に持ってきて使うことよ。けど投影魔術は人間のイメージを彩色する。いかに魔術といえどここにないものを作り上げてはいけない。それは現実を侵食する幻想に他ならないから。
In other words, you're breaking the rules.
生物が自己防衛を最優先するように世界だって自己防衛を最優先する。世界にとっての命は秩序でしょ。だから秩序を乱す矛盾、現実を侵食する幻想は世界そのものに握りつぶされるのよ。
Tasaka explains it rapidly, all in one breath. I don't understand half of it. I see. So what I did was way beyond my limit.
だからそう言ったじゃない。投影はあなたの命を削る魔術だからセイバーにねだられても使っちゃダメよ。
Tasaka resumes rummaging through her stuff. As I watch her blankly, I'm reminded again that me beating Berserker really was a miracle. And after giving me several medications, Tasaka instructs me to do a simple strengthening exercises while we keep an eye on how my body reacts. Apparently, she's checking to see that nothing goes wrong inside me when I use magical energy. Honestly, Tasaka seems more like a doctor more than a teacher today.
よし、問題はないみたいね。この分なら明日はもう来なくていいわ。
Eh? That's a bit of a surprise. I don't have to come tomorrow. That means...
当然じゃない。今の状況で私があなたに教えることなんてないもの。本気で魔術を習いたいんならこの戦いが終わってからにするべきよ。それにもうアーチャーはいないでしょ。素人の協力関係はもうとっくに終わってたのよ。
What? I suddenly realize our alliance was only so we could defeat Berserker. Now that Berserker's gone and Tasaka doesn't have a servant anymore, our living arrangement should be over. Should have ended yesterday even. So what are you going to do now, Tasaka? Are you going to go to Kotomine's place? That'd probably be the normal thing to do. Tasaka and Father Kotomine are student and disciple, so it shouldn't be an issue for her to go asking him for protection.
なんで？行くわけないじゃない。まだ負けてもいないのに。サーバントがいなくなったから戦えないなんてことはないでしょ。
She is still a master.
それにやり逃げってのも趣味じゃないしね。一度戦うと決めたからには最後まで事の顛末を確かめるのが責任でしょ。
She says this like it should almost be the most obvious thing in the world. And she's proud about it. My eyes widen. Okay, maybe not. I should have expected this from Tasaka. She's unbelievably stubborn, absolutely selfish, and captivatingly brilliant. Then what are you going to do? Are you going to go out on your own now? There's still servants and masters left.
そうね。だからしばらくはここで情報を集めるわ。竜道寺の調査も再開しないといけないし。
You're going to stay here? Are you sure? It'd be a big help if you stayed, but our alliance ended, so...
何言ってるのよ。バーサーカーに勝てたのはあーちゃんのおかげでしょ。協力関係は終わったけど、その借りはまだ貸したままよ。返済が終わるまでここを提供するのは当然じゃない。
Then why did you bring it up in the first place?
それに責任は最後まで取るって言ったでしょ。ちょっとの間だったけど指定になったしね。あなたを一人にしたら頼りなくって心配で、聖杯戦争どころじゃなくなるわ。
Oh, right. It feels like a lifetime ago, so I'd nearly forgotten, but I've admired Rin because of exactly those qualities for a long time now. I'm actually very happy. That's the Tasaka I've always known and liked. Besides, if I ever saw the day a girl as stubborn as her gives up, I wouldn't know what to believe from then on. Yeah, thanks for sticking around, Tasaka. Whatever else I might say, I wouldn't know what to do without you. Saber and I need you, Tasaka.
いいけど、あんたその言い回しはやめなさいってば。馬鹿正直なのはいいけど、気をつけないと誤解を招くわよ。
Huh? I'm not sure why that upset Tasaka so much. Tasaka, what do you mean I might give people the wrong idea? What wrong idea?
あのね、今のは失言なの。聞くなって態度で表してるんだから、追求するのはルール違反よ。
Tasaka must be aware of some secret rule I'm not.
呆れた。これじゃセイバーも大変だわ。まあ、それともあんたたちはそれでちょうどいいのかもね。少しぐらい麻痺してないと、あなたもセイバーもダメなのかもしんないし。
Okay, I still don't get it. But I didn't miss what you said about feeling bad for Saber. What do you mean she has it tough?
だから、あんたのそういうところが大変だって言ってるの。その分じゃセイバーの変化になんて気がついてないんでしょ、エミヤ君は。
Changes in Saber. It's not about her appearance, right? If anything would have changed in Saber. Alright, she has been acting weird since this morning. No, I just thought she was in a bad mood because Ilya was with us. She just sat there all stiff and quiet when I asked her if there was something wrong. She just got up and left, saying something about having had a dream. And I pretty much forgot all about it in the hustle and bustle over Ilya. Yeah, Saber's been a little off since this morning. Like her head is somewhere else.
セイバーが夢を見た?
That's the bit that surprises you? And now she's ignoring me. Hey, don't go quiet on me. That face you're making has me nervous.
ああ、別にそんな大したことじゃないわ。単にサーバントは夢を見ないってだけだから。
Huh? Servants don't dream.
そうよ。サーバントは夢なんて見ないわ。それでも見たって言うんなら、それは夢じゃない。単に誰かの記憶を垣間見ただけの話よ。
Maybe Tasaka's experienced it before. The coldness in her voice runs so counter to her usual cheerfulness. And now it's time to prepare dinner. With so much happening these past few days, I thought the whole cooking rotation had gone out the window, but then...
今日の夕食お願いね。今夜もまた冷えそうだし、イリアもいるし、シチューとかいいんじゃない？
She steps out of her room as she speaks. Yeah, I guess stew would be perfect for Ilya. Maybe it's the hat or the coat she wears that makes me think that. Whatever the case, I don't have a problem making stew for dinner. I'm no expert at Western dishes like stew, but I don't think I could really mess something like that up. Oh, but before that, it's a little before 6 o'clock. I still have some time before I need to cook. We had training, so I've done my share of sweating today. Seems like now would be a good time to take a bath. Taking a bath before dinner might be a hassle, but Tasaka and Saber usually do it right after dinner. So it would be pretty late by the time it was my turn. The hallway is cold. The heaters have the rooms nice and warm, but once I'm out in the hallway, I can feel the wintry chill. Fuyuki's winters are typically warm, but the weather's been screwy these past few days. Speaking of cold, looks like it snowed. I must not have noticed because it only lasted for less than an hour, and I didn't snow a large amount. If there had been much snow on the ground, my yard would have been packed an entire army of snowmen. Which really sucks to clean up, but in that sense, I'm glad it didn't snow much. Of course, the snowman army would be the work of a single person. I can't help but smile as I remember when it snowed last year and her cold, reddened hands gripped the lectern. Huh? I was thinking of taking a shower, but the bathroom was already warm. Here we go again. I hear something moving in the water. I strain my eyes, trying to see the tub through the haze of steam. My mind goes blank as white sheets of steam filling the bathroom. What? My throat closes up, and I can't get a word out. My brain stops working. I'm paralyzed. But in the back of my mind, I recall something similar happening. Actually, the exact same thing has already happened. Last time, I was dressed and Saber wasn't. Not this time. Oh, Saber. The only sound is my own loud gulping. Saber just freezes, watching me as I stand there dumbfounded. She's going to get mad. Here it comes. I'm going to die. Her soft lips begin to tremble. Any second now she's going to start yelling. Sorry, it's my fault. I was going to use the shower. Well, I didn't think anyone would be using the bathroom at this hour. But yeah, I should have figured that out earlier, but... I ramble out a lame excuse as I step backward, trying to head back to the changing room. It's not like I'm gawking at Saber, but for some reason, it feels like making a mad dash for the changing room would make Saber angrier. The truth of the matter is, I can't take my eyes off of her. I remember the night in the ruins. I recall Saber's warmth, how close it was. Her body was so frail and slender. The heat of our bodies, even our heartbeats mingled, overlapped. At the time, I was just desperate to fix the problem, but now it all feels so tempting. Anyway, we could talk later. I try to reach behind me for the exit. And then... Four? Saber averts her gaze, her voice oddly muffled. Now I really don't know what to think. I'm not sure why Saber isn't mad. Seeing how embarrassed she looks causes my blood to pound in my skull. Why? The words come out before I can stop myself. Saber looks down even more apologetically. Saber shrinks in herself, hiding her body. And then I suddenly remember. When I ran into her in the changing room last time, Saber didn't say anything. Sex doesn't matter for servants. She said that. Appearances hadn't mattered to her. Well, you see, hold on. I can't find the right words. My head's spinning. Come on, brain, work. So, you're not mad, Saber? Why would you just fucking leave, man? I get it. Saber doesn't care what she looks like, or whether she has clothes on or not. That's why it's not weird for me to be here. But it is because she asked you to fucking leave like 3 minutes ago. The bathroom is a place to wash one's body, so my presence isn't strange. It doesn't matter whether Saber's here or not. It does! Knowing that helps, but I have a feeling I'm wrong. So then I don't think it would be a problem if I use the shower right now, you know? He is really being fucking persistent.
それは見られることは問題ではないのです。ただ私の体は凛のように少女のものではありません。
What the fuck are you talking about?
ですから
She blushes even more, tripping over her words.
シローにはあまり見てほしくない。このように筋肉のついた体では殿方には見苦しいでしょう。
She sounds so bashful. I almost faint for just so many reasons. You fool! I would never think that. Saber's body is a long way from unsightly. She says she's rugged, but that's never bothered me. Sure, she's more muscular than Tasaka, but still, I still think Saber's very feminine.
シロー、そういう理由だから一人にしてほしいのですわ。
I don't know how I responded. I only remember nodding slightly and pulling the door closed. Fucking idiot. And so the day ends. Dinner was chaotic. Illy got chattier with each meal, and she and Tasaka have gotten to this weird point where I'm not sure whether they're fighting or being friendly. Saber has accepted Illy's presence here, but she hasn't warmed up to her. More than that, Saber gets pretty frowny whenever Ilya gets near me. These past few days have just been plain rough. The normal routine of just a few days ago was devolved into complete chaos. I step silently out into the yard. It's just about time for the calendar to roll over to the next day. I walk beneath the pale light of the moon, leaving faint puffs of white breath in my wake. Next thing I know, I'm at work on my daily routine. I don't need to train out here since Tasaka's teaching me. But I still sit on the cold ground and check on things I've been working on for so long. I'm not doing this because I'm worried about my skills. It's more that I find doing it soothing. I've been doing this for years, so not doing it would feel weird. Trace on. I put even more effort into tonight's training. Tasaka told me not to do it anymore, but I can't just do what she says. If I can master this projection things, it'd mean I could be a lot more helpful to Saber. And the heat from earlier still lingering within me. The night at the ruins, the battle in the forest in the morning mist, the golden sword I created. The residual heat still lingers in my hands, and deep down I find myself hoping I'll be able to reignite those flames. Creation philosophy appraisal. It's easy to recreate. At the time I was so desperate that my mind was just a jumble, but now I can retrace the necessary steps and form my incantation. No. From the very beginning, there has been a single thing that could serve as a trigger for me. The pronunciation is the same. But just by changing my perception of how it is said, it will become something entirely mine, my own original spell. Basic structure. Hypothesis. I know very well how dangerous this is. Tasaka doesn't need to remind me. I really have no business getting anywhere near projection madecraft. It's completely beyond me. Venturing so brazenly into dangerous waters can lead only to death. End of hypothesis. Now, instant nothingness. I erase the blueprint that was in my head. A shadow falls across the door. Saber comes in, her frame blotting out the light of the moon.
よかった。ここにいたのですね、シロ。姿が見えないので何かあったのかと。
No, nothing's happened. I couldn't sleep, so I came here to do some mental exercises. Once I finish, I'll head back to my room, so you don't need to worry.
そうですか。ならいいのですが。
Saber focuses on my forehead. She can probably see that I'm dripping with sweat. It's always been like this, don't worry. Mages have to practice their magecraft, and well, failure comes with the territory for an amateur like me. I wipe the sweat from my brow with the back of my hand. Oh, I'm surprised. My sweat is cold as ice. I thought it was cold, but I don't remember the shed being quite this cold.
シロ、一日も欠かさずそれを。
Well, yeah. As much as I possibly could. It's a daily routine my old man taught me, so I should at least keep on it. As soon as I finish speaking, I regret my bluff. I regret telling her this is my daily routine. My intent was to boast to Saber. At the end of the day, my training isn't just some chore to me. But it isn't the easiest of tasks either. Saber says nothing. The moon hangs behind her, its light spilling around her frame. The shed, plunged into bluish darkness, is illuminated by the few shafts of silvery light that make it past Saber. I recall the first night I met Saber. Saber, Tasaka said something to me today. That moment felt just like a dream. Is it true that servants don't dream? I can't stop myself from asking.
ええ、私たちは夢を見ない。もともと幽体であるサーバントは眠りません。私は幽体化ができないため眠らざるを得ませんが、それでも夢は見れません。
But this morning you said... There was a brief silence. She closes her eyes, then apparently having made up her mind.
私が見たものはあなたの夢です、シロ。マスターとサーバントは精神的にもつながっている。結びつきが強くなれば相手の過去を垣間見ることもあるでしょう。
You dreamed of my past?
はい。あなたの心に踏み入る行為だとは分かっていたのですが、私には拒むことができなかった。それをどうか許してください、シロ。
Don't. I did the same thing. Saber's past. I've seen several scenes from her life before she became a servant now. Don't be silly. It's not your fault. You can't help what you dream about. And I have to apologize too. My past is pretty boring. Seeing something that boring probably makes you not want to have to sleep.
いえ、夢を見たのは今朝だけです。それも最近のことではありませんから、シロの男性としてのプライベートを侵害するようなことは決してありません。
Saber is dead serious about that warning. But privacy? Well, yeah, sure. I've done my share of dumb things. That's a relief. But if you're saying you didn't see any recent memories, then how far into the past did you see?
大きな火事でした。私が見たものはその光景だけです。
Her voice is quiet. Her gentle gaze tells me what she saw. Oh. That dream. I see. Well, I don't know what to say. Should I say it was unfortunate? It's like going to a movie theater expecting to see a movie you know, but you somehow end up in the wrong theater and end up getting a completely different show.
それでわかりました。いいえ、前から思ってはいたのです。あなたにはひどく危ういところがあると。
Huh? What do you mean dangerous? Well, yeah, I'm sure the odds are plenty stacked against me from your point of view.
そんな意味ではありません。あなたは、シロは私と似ています。だから、あなたの間違いもわかる。このまま進めばどうなってしまうかも、同じだから分かってしまう。
I don't think I've made any mistakes. Sure, I've failed plenty of times, but my goal is to be a champion of justice like my old man. A goal like that? Can't be a mistake, no way.
だか 違いなのです。シロ、あの事故はあなたのせいでもないし、その責任はあなたが負うべきものでもない。あなたには償うべきものなどないのです。
That's obvious. It was just an accident, and I was just a victim. Sure, I may be dealing with survivor's guilt.
以前リンが言っていました。シローの自己犠牲と献身ぶりは異常だと。それ、あなたは自らの命を代価として人を助けようとするのではない。あなたは単に初めから自分の命が感情に入っていないのではないですか。
Maybe my pupils have dilated. I'm not sure why, but I can't seem to focus on Saber's face.
あの事故を忘れることはあなたにはできないでしょう。ですが、覚えている限りシローは変わらない。それは苦しいのではないですか。
No, it is. That's exactly why. Painful. For me. Well, yeah, that's painful. Saber doesn't have to remind me of that. It is obvious. So many people died, it was absolute hell. Something like that causing you pain is only natural. And besides, if you didn't feel that, it might all be meaningless. Yeah, you're right, it is painful to remember. But it's in the past now. There's nothing I can do about it. Saber doesn't answer. Instead, she claws at her arm in frustration.
私は聖杯を手に入れなければならない。けれど、それはシローにも当てはまる。
Saber?
シローには聖杯が必要だ。私があなたに呼び出されたのは必然だったのです、マスター。
I don't know how to respond to that.
先に眠ります。シローもあまり無茶はしないように。
Saber leaves. I fold my arms and think. Do I need the Holy Grail? A vessel that grants wishes to its possessor. A vessel which contains unlimited quantities of magical energy, for which it is said nothing is impossible. Were I to get it, it could easily grant my wish. No, that's wrong. No matter how I look at it, I don't need the Holy Grail. Nope, I definitely don't need it. Because I don't have any wishes that I can't come true, or hope for anything that's impossible. I wouldn't have a dream if it weren't something I could attain myself. The night grows darker. In familiar old shed, lit only by the moon, I listen to the distant wind. I need to readjust. Give me a second. I'm making all sorts of noises, mostly because I have been in this position for too long, and that has caused some problems because I ate a fairly large amount of food. So I'm going to readjust. I should probably also pee. Like, this has been my, like, thing. Like, I'm usually starting out fine, and then it's like an hour in, and I have to use the restroom. And it's like, yeah, I get it, because I start right after I eat, which seems fine, and then, like, it's not. Oh, man. But yeah, for the it wasn't even $30 for like, but let's just say it's $30 for the $30 I spent for this game. Like, holy shit, is it getting the value? Like, once I have everything unlocked, it won't. But like, $30, the game is like this long. Good lord. Anyway, I'll be right back. Alright, I have returned. Oh. There we go. February 13th. Fate. Moonlight 1. The sky is gray, the hill crimson with corpses. The heavy clouds drift away, heralding the battle's end. I know this scene. I've seen it so many times now. This is one of Saber's battles. She fought and won so many victories, scenes like this are almost commonplace for her. Afterwards, she will return to her castle where her victory will be praised and celebrated. Then she will prepare for the next battle. This is just life for her. It's only one of the 12 great battles she fought. And so she does not truly remember victory, so much as she just accepts it as fact. I think she's misguided. This is not a dream. This is just a cold reality, her past that can't be changed. The moment she drew the sword, she stopped being human. She took over for her father as a feudal lord and became a king with many knights. She is known as King Arthur in Altria. The life of the girl who once aspired to be a knight changed so radically. No, was forced to end her life as she knew it, might be a better way of putting it. In that instant, the girl whose still childlike features ceased to be and became a king of knights. She acted like she was the king's son, the ruler of territories, and knights had to be male. Only her father and the mage knew the king was female. This is basically the same dream as before, same story as before. I don't know why they retell it 20 times, but we're going to go with it. She covered herself in iron and hid the truth from the rest of her life. I don't know why I never realized the implications till now. As much public exposure as she had, she managed to pass herself off as male the whole time. The sheer suffering she likely endured must have been incredible, but a simple observer could never really understand. Time passes. 10 years worth of memories as king, and there is only one common thread that entire time. Even when she's on the throne, even when she's walking through the hallway, even when she's on the battlefield, not a soul spoke to her. Even the round table, filled as it was with the knights boasting of their valor, always fell silent the moment the king appeared. So basically, just no one would talk to her. Got it. So that's what it meant. She was merely tolerated as an idol. Many knights looked down on Altria with her boyish appearance and were ultimately not comfortable in trusting her with their blades. But because she managed to draw the sacred sword that no one else could, they had to obey, even if only to keep up appearances. They just accepted the disgrace, believed it would pass. Sacred sword or no, the king was merely a child. Even with Merlin's support, the king would surely fail eventually. When that happens, they need only take the sacred sword from her and select a new king. That's probably what the most of the knights thought. But that's not how it went. The knight, only just reaching adulthood, was a flawless king. She enforced peace among the squabbling lords and fought off invaders as well. Of course, this wasn't due to the sacred sword's powers. The sacred sword only protects the king. The king, on the other hand, protects their nation. And through her deeds, she was always able to maintain control of her knights. The sacred sword protects her only from her enemies. It does nothing to help her hold sway over the hearts of her subjects. She worked herself to the bone to be the ideal king to all. At that point, the knights had no chance but to obey. They held their dissatisfaction for the young king in check because the king was truly perfect. She strived to be the ideal king. The only condition for the knights' support was that their king be exactly that, the ideal king. There is no room for Altria to be a human being. She could be a king, and only a king. The peerless knight who drew the sacred sword, who stopped aging from that moment, and who went on to win 12 great wars. The more perfect she became, the more people stayed away from her. As this continued, the king grew more and more isolated. That was who she was. But she did well. In fact, she did too well. She defeated her enemies and minimized her own side's casualties. No matter the battle, sacrifices must be made. So she believed it was her duty to make sacrifices to bolster her army and to defeat the enemy without wasting lives. She would strip the resources from one village to prepare her army, then defeat the invaders before they could strike her land, saving perhaps 10 villages. That was the king's approach, and it proved the best strategy at the time. But the knights must not have been happy. To them, only the foreign invaders should have died, and the only true victory was made without any such sacrifices. There shouldn't be any need to sacrifice a territory before battle. They were going to win regardless, so sacrifices were pointless. There wouldn't be any sacrifices, so the king's actions were a waste. It was, of course, total nonsense. Once battle began, the knights spared not a thought for those villages. No one thought twice about trampling the villages. Protecting them was never a consideration. The knights claim there was nothing to be done when the enemy destroys such villages, but to let them be destroyed is a great crime. Obviously, she knew that. But a king cannot worry about their personal feelings. She had to kill their emotions to make her decisions, and her knights had to suppress their own feelings to obey. So sacrifices are made, and that string of victories stabilizes the nation. In return, animosity for the king grew. King Arthur just doesn't understand how people feel. So one knight was heard to say as they left the castle, "What a ridiculous story. She was expected not to be human, but they hated her precisely because she didn't have human emotions." The Age of War continues. The animosity of the knights who had been dissatisfied with King only grew more so after the knight left. They forced her to deal with every foreign and domestic enemy in hopes of pushing her over the edge. Collapse was imminent. If these many problems confronting a nation were never resolved, it would crumble. Even if all of them were to be resolved, what awaits is more of the same. But that did not concern the king. Even should she be abandoned, feared, or betrayed, she will remain steadfast, because she had long since made up her mind. She abandoned her emotions the moment she decided to draw that sword. This happened long, long ago. Knights from across the nation gathered to try and draw the sword from the stone, but none of them could do it, and the knights instead showcased their skill on horseback, eager to crown the best among them king. The knights flocked to the arena in droves. The sword and the stone lay outside, forgotten. From afar, it looked more like a festival. Even in the distance, the sound of valiant cavalrymen clashing is audible. The knights clashed in the distance, and the rock lay forgotten. What was going through the girl's mind as she stood in the front of the rock? Before she realized it, an unknown mage stood behind her. He tries to stop her for her own good. He also warned her that many would hate her, and that she would die a gruesome death. She must have been terrified. The mage showed her the future. He showed her the end she would meet if she drew that sword. It only made her all the more determined. Even after seeing that future, she only gave a firm nod. The mage asked again if that was what she wanted. She took the sword in her hand. The mage looked troubled and turned away. He departed with those prophetic words. That's right. She just wanted to protect everyone. But to do so, she had to abandon her desire to protect people. She cannot protect her country as its king if she still has a human heart. Even knowing this, she drew the sword. Even knowing this, she vowed to live as a king. So no matter what happens, she will remain steadfast. She abandoned her human heart. She was willing to give that up to protect her nation. Who could have known the girl made such a noble oath?
戦うと決めた。
Come what may, and however it might end.
それでも戦うと決めたのだ。
Even if an inevitable solitary doom awaited her. And her end did come. The Battle of Camlan. King Arthur set out on a campaign, and one of her knights usurped her throne, splitting the nation in two and sparking a terrible conflict. Legend has it that this battle brought an end to knighthood and chivalry. She killed every knight who once served her and invaded the land she'd fought to defend. All the knights who followed her were gone, and her own body lay injured and immobile. There was no one left around her. As ever, nothing had changed. And she said in her heart was the pride of a king. She'd known about this ending. Still, she believed there was something to be gained from this failure, which is why she kept fighting without ever failing or disgracing herself. She had not regrets. If she were to have one, it would be seeing her nation in ruin. She raised her gaze. Maybe she would be able to see her castle in the distance from this hill. She saw only the aftermath of the battle, a dense forest, and a lake which we must return. That's right. The hill she meant to charge over has become a wall she can't climb. Strength left her body. For the first time, she loosened her grip on the sacred sword. And that's where it ended. It was only natural that the dream would end here, since there's nothing beyond that moment in her memories. And that is why this end cannot be rewritten. She worked so hard, and she was resented, betrayed. Nobody understood that she loved her people more than her nation. She came to be known as a merciless king. She was never rewarded or otherwise understood. On top of that crimson-stained, sword-strewn hill, the girl sat on the edge of death, isolated and betrayed. I wake to the sound of rain. It's morning. I grip my spinning head and sit up. It's just before 6 o'clock. The rain patters softly outside. That dream I just had, no, there's no doubt about it. It was Saber's past. It was the end of her life long time ago. Nothing can change it now. I grip my teeth. I can hear them grinding. I don't know why I'm so mad. Damn, what the hell was that? Just thinking about it pisses me off. Her past, the fact that she didn't think anything of it. Me thinking the dream was nothing before. Ugh! I hate it. I don't even understand why, but it's making me angry. I don't like it. I don't like it one damn bit. No matter how you slice it, her life was unfair. So unfair. She only wanted to help people. She wanted nothing for herself. But as hard as she worked, nobody understood her, not even the very end. That really pisses me off. It's so unfair. That's right. If she worked harder than anyone and she doesn't receive any reward, it's all just a bunch of crap. She should have been rewarded for everything she's done. But how could that happen at this point? What, just tell her she did a good job? Do I tell her how wonderful she was? Of course not. Nothing so simple could do her justice. I know, there's only one answer. That's right. If she's to be rewarded, the work she devoted her life to should be repaid. Altrada needs happiness to match all the battles she fought. But then what can I do? I'm out of ideas. I don't have any idea how to make people happy. I'm so useless at this kind of thing. My entire life, I've wanted to be a champion of justice, but all I ever did was lend a hand here and there. I believed everyone around me would be happy if I just helped people. Or rather, I couldn't face myself if I didn't believe that. Helping people and saving people are very much not the same thing. And if I don't understand the difference myself, I can't possibly reward Saber. Breakfast is the same as usual. I get the sense Saber and Tasaka are pretty adaptable since they've already gotten used to Ilya being here.
で、あんたはどうするのよ、シロ。残るマスターは3人。聖杯戦争だって期限がないってわけじゃないんだから、そろそろ行動に移らないとまずいわよ。いつも後手を踏むってのも情けないし。
Tasaka's right. There's nothing wrong with me physically, and Saber's completely healed. We should be done resting as of yesterday. You're right. You say we need to make a move, but it'll have to be at night. We're going to do the same things we've been doing during the day.
本気？まあ、相手の情報がないんだから、闇雲に出歩いても仕方がないけどさ。じゃあ、シロは今日もセイバーにいじめられるわけ？I'm
going to continue my sword training with Saber. That's what I've been doing every day, and a master should always be prepared for battle.
リン、私とシロが行っているのは鍛錬です。今の発言は人聞きが悪すぎます。
Well, actually, yeah. I'm going to get beaten up by Saber in the morning, like usual.
シロ、あなたまでそのように言われては、私の立場がないのですが。
Yeah? Oh, sorry, Saber. I wasn't listening.
ですから、リンの言いぶりは乱暴すぎるという件です。まったく、どうしたのですシロ。今朝は覇気が感じられません。朝食もどことなく彩りに欠けますし、昨日も遅くまで蔵にいたのですか。
Damn, she just called his food bland. That's the worst insult she could have done. Saber may be questioning me, but there's no real bite to it. I can sense that she trusts me, which makes it even harder for me to meet her gaze now. If our eyes meet, I can't help thinking of that scene on the hill.
わかりました。後ほどカツを入れて差し上げます。それでは今日も道場で鍛錬をするでいいのですね、シロ。
Yeah. What about you, Ilya?
私も昨日と同じだよ。雨に濡れるのは嫌いだから外に出たくないわ。
Got it. That's perfect. I'd rather you stay in the house since it's dangerous to go outside.
昨日みたいにお弁当作ってくれるなら一緒にいてあげてもいいよ。
It seems like Ilya took a liking to the bento yesterday. I'm a little embarrassed to say that something so simple pleased her, but at the same time, I'm glad to know Ilya enjoyed the bento I made.
なんだ、それじゃあ昨日と同じってことね。私も調べ物があるから部屋にこもるけど、午後になったら顔を出しなさい。ちょっと話があるから。
調べ物ですか？
そう。セイバーなら分かってると思うけど、昨日から竜道寺の様子がおかしいのよ。
How will we know that?
あれだけ精力的にやってた魔力集めも止まってるし、何か動きがあったのは明白でしょ。まあ、残ったマスターの中で一番厄介そうなのは竜道寺のやつだしね。使いまでもこしらえて中の様子を探ってみるわ。
それでしたら探索に専念した方がいいのではないですか。無理に時間を割いてシロに享受する必要はないと思いますが。
まあそこはそれ。悪いけど我慢してちょうだい。私もね、まだ危なっかしくて放っておけないのよ。敵に殺されるのならいいけど、 魔術をしくじって自滅でもされたら死として面目がないでしょ。
はい、リンの言う通りです。私はどうかしていました。リンの授業が必要ないなんてどうして思ってしまったのか。
その理由は簡単だけど、まあ知らぬが花ってことで。それじゃあ午前中の鍛錬頑張ってね。そいつ頑丈だから死なない程度に痛めつけるぐらいが最適よ。
Beat his ass. And with that, Tasaka leaves the room. Saber, take what Tasaka says with a grain of salt. She can say that because she's never been hit by you. But tell her just in case. For some reason, she seems pleased.
はい、分かっています。シローの体に関してなら私の方が熟知していますから。
Uh-oh. She responds calmly.
どうしました？食べないのですか、イリアスピール。昨日に比べるとまだ3割にも届いていませんが。
違うよ、こっちのは食べられないの。私辛いのはダメなんだ。
ほう、そう辛いとは思いませんが、この香辛料は鶏肉に合っています。
This is shocking. The British girl is telling the Japanese girl that it's not too spicy. Okay, technically Russian. But still.
マスタードは嫌いなんだってば。いいから食べて。その代わりそっちのイチゴの食べてあげる。
That's not a fair trade.
何をするのです、イリアスフィール。こら戻しなさい。それはダメです。甘いものが欲しいならリンゴのパイがあるでしょう。
Ilya and Saber sit next to each other, bickering like two close sisters. It's just past noon. The three of us sit and face each other, eating lunch together just like yesterday. Oh right, it's not just lunch that's the same as yesterday. Our training day was as well. Today, though, is even more awkward. I don't know how to explain it, but something in my chest stirs whenever I face Saber, and I find myself unable to rush at her with the same desperation I used to. It's not just me, Saber's been acting weird too. It used to be that she never let an opening go by. The last couple of days, she's just waited for me to make a move. Which has meant the two of us just kind of ended up staring at each other for a while.
二人ともどうしたの？見ててあんまり面白くないよ。
We weren't very fun to watch yesterday either. Shut up. Ilya's criticism helps us get back into the swing of things. I managed to go after Saber, but it ended pretty much the same. She batted aside my half-assed attack, but didn't bother countering. Since she didn't follow up, I whirled on Saber, lunged again, and was more repelled. Though again, she didn't counterattack. Our lackluster session ended about 10 minutes ago. Once again, it was at Saber's suggestion we began our lunch break. We're having the same thing we did yesterday. Sandwiches. I figured it wouldn't do to make them exactly the same as yesterday, so I used a few other ingredients. Everyone seems happy. Ilya is excited over the colorful sandwiches, and Saber takes a deep breath preparing for her meal. I think that's Saber's way of showing her enthusiasm. It's much rowdier than yesterday. It's raining, and the hardwood floor is cold. But this also feels like a picnic.
ああ、もうそこまでです、イリアスフィール。それでは服が汚れてしまう。まったく、シローの真似をして一口で食べるからそうなるのです。あなたの口は小さいのですから、もう少しおとなしく食べるべきでしょう。
そうだ、分かってないのはセイバーの方よ。こういうお弁当はね、お行儀を気にする方が失礼なのよ。これはピクニックなんだから、こういう風にするのが本当なんだよね、シロ。
Ilya happily munches on a sandwich, and Saber reluctantly wipes Ilya's mouth with a napkin. Well, I didn't see this coming. Saber and Ilya seem to have warmed up to each other.
驚いた。拒否しないのですか、イリアスフィール。
なんで？私、優しくされるの好きだよ。
I love when I'm being coddled. It's pretty much just Ilya all over.
他のやつが私に触れたら殺すけど、セイバーは綺麗だから許してあげる。それに、今は同じお弁当を食べる仲間だもの。セイバーが私のこと好きなら、私もセイバーのことは好きよ。
It's so simple for Ilya. Saber, clearly taken aback, stares at Ilya, dumbfounded. Even I, just a spectator as this unfolds, am caught off guard by Ilya's smile.
何？セイバーは楽しくないの？
いえ、それは。
私は楽しいよ。外は雨で、ここはこんな殺風景な場所で、欲しかったものは何もない。けど、こうしていると嬉しいの。一人でいるより、ずっとあったかいでしょ。なのに、セイバーは楽しくないの
Something in Ilya's smile must have struck Saber. Saber sighs deeply and looks back at her.
そうですね。私もこうしているのはとても楽しい。
She sounds bright. And then Saber smiles in a way I've never seen from her. I don't know why, but I'm getting emotional. That smile was great. It was for herself and herself alone. It's not the usual smile I see from her whenever she's protecting someone. It's a smile of sheer happiness from her, or for her from her.
シロ、どうしました？そんな顔して。何かいいことでもあったのですか？
Hmm? Oh, no, nothing. Was I making a funny face?
してたわ。お父さんみたいな顔。遠くからこっちを見守ってますって風なの。私、そういう顔は嫌いよ。
Hmm? Why? I don't understand what she's talking about, but I guess I was just smiling. I see. Well, something good happened, so I guess I didn't realize I was smiling.
はあ、いいことですか？
Yep. I like the way you smiled just now, Saber. Seeing it made me happy.
難しいですね。そんなことが嬉しいのですか、シロは。
Yep. I guess I like seeing you smile like that, Saber. Saber nods, though she doesn't seem convinced. And then, I don't know what came over her, but she smiles and lifts her head.
そうですか。それでは逆ですね、シロ。
Hmm? What do you mean? The other way?
私はあなたが笑顔でいてくれた方が嬉しい。あなたが笑っていられるなら、私はそれで十分です。
I can't meet Saber's gaze. That smile would make anyone lightheaded. I managed to calm myself down and glance sidelong at Saber. She calmly resumes eating her picnic lunch. Nothing to worry about there. There should be nothing to worry about, yet something is bothering me.
私はあなたが笑顔でいてくれた方が嬉しい。
In that smile I saw for the first time, it seemed like she was contradicting herself. I listened to the rain in Tasaka's room. Today, under the pretense of a magecraft lesson, she performed yet another physical examination like yesterday. She gave me more medicine, then checked all my magic circuits. It's not like I mind doing this, I just don't like feeling that I'm not doing anything productive. She tells me I'm not to move so she can see what happens to me, but that doesn't mean I can't talk. Tasaka, do you have a minute? I call out to her as I sit on my meditative pose.
お、いいけど何よ。
It's about Saber. I really don't know how to explain it, but I realize I haven't thought this through at all. It's not even a question of what can I do for Saber. I haven't even thought about what I want to do with her. Well, I was just wondering what she wants to do. She's never told us anything she wants to do for herself, so...
セイバーが何を考えているかわからない？
No, it's not that. I just don't know why she's so selfless. Yeah. I just don't know what to do about that.
まあそうよね。セイバーが自発的にやったことってあんたを守ることだけだもの。サーバントとしては当たり前だけど、あそこまで徹底しているとわからなくもなるわ。でもだからといって無欲ってわけはないでしょ。セイバーだって自分の目的のためにあなたを守っているんだから。
Oh. I completely forgot her reason for becoming a servant. You're right, Saber wants to get the Holy Grail, so it's not like she doesn't have any goals. And that Holy Grail will grant its possessor's wish. That means Saber at least has a wish she wants granted. I don't know what it is, but she wants it enough to become a servant. Or wants it enough to even become a servant. So it must have some hope of saving her. Like, for example, she's here in this time period, and the power of the Holy Grail can help her so she can stay here and live for a second life. And she would have to wish for something that big just to make up for all the suffering and tragedy she endured. Oh, then it's actually pretty simple.
気持ち悪いわね。いきなり元気になっちゃって。今の話、そんなに面白かった？
Yeah, I am getting excited. And yeah, she wouldn't be fighting so hard unless it was for something real big. After all, Saber needs to fight for her own wish. I nod to myself. Tasaka, on the other hand, seems utterly bewildered.
エミヤくん、喜んでるところ悪いけど、それはあなたの早とちりよ。セイバーはあなただって分かってるんじゃない？セイバーはそういうタイプじゃないわ。彼女が聖杯を求める理由は決して自分のためじゃないって。
What's your reasoning? I can't even ask that. I know. She met her final moments alone because she didn't have any desire for herself. So Saber wouldn't seek for her own salvation now. Ugh. But still, I hoped otherwise, even for a brief moment, so I pushed my distorted desire on her. Our conversation trails off, just as I think this awkward silence is going to continue forever.
つまんない話だけどね。あーちゃんもあんたと似たようなことを言ってたわ。
Huh? Archer? You mean you're Archer?
そう。私もね、あいつに聞いたのよ。あんたの望みは何なのかって。そしたらあいつ、なんて言ったと思う？
I wouldn't have the slightest idea. I never knew a single thing about him. Archer once declared that were we bound to be enemies anyway, so he made no effort to communicate with Saber or me. And yet, he may have been cynical, but he didn't seem the sort to have stupid objectives in mind.
これがね、聞いたら笑うわよ。望みは何よと聞いたら、あいつったらこう言ったの。
そうだな。恒久的な世界平和というのはどうだ？
もう呆れを通り越して爆笑したわけ。そしたらあいつ、やはり笑われたか。まあ他人の手による救いなど意味はない。今のは笑い話にしておこう。なんて言っていじけちゃってさ。 なんかね、ああいうやつだから英霊になんてなっちゃって、私みたいな小娘に刺激されちゃうんだなとか思ったわ。
I see. He didn't look it, but he was a great, proud knight in his own right.
けどね、間違わないで。聖杯が本当に全ての願いを叶えるのなら、恒久的な世界平和なんて最悪の願いよ。要するにそれって何もないってことでしょ。争いのない世界なんて死んでるだけよ。物事は動いてないと腐るだけなんだから。
Huh? Did you tell Archer that too?
言ったわよ。そしたらあいつ、それが賢者の考えだ。私も同意見だが、今でもこれだけは愚者の夢を守っているのだ。だってさ。まあそれはいいから、それじゃあ他の望みはあるのかって言ったら、あるにはあるが聖杯で叶えるほどのものでもなし、私の分は君に譲ろうとかなんとか。
I mean, yeah.
キザでしょ。あいつきっと生前は女ったらしだったに違いないわ。
I really didn't get that impression from him. But what's your point here, Sasaka?
別にサーバントにもいろいろいるってことを話しただけ。
Is that so? Well, I guess it was good for me to know. So it was at least kind of helpful.
じゃあ次はこっちの番ね。まあ私もセイバーに関することなんだけど。
I do remember saying you wanted to talk to me about something this morning.
ええ、大したことじゃないんだけど少し気になって。
Are you going to do something with her tomorrow? Why? What's tomorrow?
今更になるんだけど、エミヤ君はアーサー王の伝説を知ってる？
The Legend of King Arthur. I've been reminded of it more than enough in the past few days. I know as much as the next person, although I didn't know King Arthur was a girl.
そうね。けど性別に関してはどうでもいいのよ。別にアーサー王が女の子だったとしても、伝説そのものに変更を加える必要はないでしょ。アーサー王が周りの人間を騙し通していれば、女性であっても男性として扱われるんだから。
Right.
幸いアーサー王にはマーリンっていう魔術師がついてたしね。インキュバスとの根血だっていう悪魔じめたやつだから、アーサー王の性別を偽装したり、生まれないはずの子供を用意するってのもお手の物だったんでしょ。
Yeah, I bet. So?
だから私が問題にしているのは伝説と今のセイバーの食い違いよ。ねえエミヤ君、あなたはエクスカリバーがどういうものか知っていて？
Why ask now? Excalibur is the symbol of King Arthur. It's the sword fairies gave her, famed for being being able to cut through anything without ever dulling.
やっぱりそんなことだろうと思ったわ。
Tasaka looks oddly triumphant. Huh. Was that a weird thing to say?
言ったわよ。あなたもアーサー王と同じ間違いをしたってこと。マーリンがいたら未熟者ってどやされてるわ。
Why's that? The sword in the stone wasn't Excalibur. That sword broke. He later received another sword from the fairy in the lake, and that was Excalibur, right?
そうそう。エクスカリバーをアーサー王が受け取った時にね、マーリンはこう問いかけるの。王よ、あなたがお気に召したのはどちらの方ですかな？剣か、それとも鞘ですか？アーサー王はためらいもなく剣の方だと答えるんだけど、マーリンは叱責するの。お間違えめさるな。剣は敵を撃つものですが、鞘はあなたを守るもの。その鞘を身につけている限り、あなたは血を流すこともなく、負傷することもない。真に大事とすべきは剣ではなく鞘なのです。
Tasaka skillfully acts out the parts of King Arthur and Merlin. Look at you, Tasaka. You're getting into the part. So what's your point?
何ってここまで聞いてわからない？つまりアーサー王は不死者なの。エクスカリバーっていうのは攻守ともに無敵の宝具なのよ。だから本当ならセイバーは傷を負ってもすぐに治るはずだってこと。
Tasaka, Saber's wounds do heal.
それはそうだけど、セイバーの自己回復はセイバーのバカみたいに膨大な魔力を使った力技にしか見えないっていうか、ともかく伝説のエクスカリバーの鞘とは違う気がするのよ。
I see. If you say so, it's probably true. Then here's my question. You say that King Arthur is immortal. So then why and how did King Arthur die? The legend ends with King Arthur's death, right? Tasaka's mouth drops open. After freezing up for a few seconds, she grinds her teeth and looks away.
そうだった。エクスカリバーの鞘は途中で敵に盗まれたんだ。
Ah, rookie mistake right there. I'd forgotten, but according to legend, King Arthur's fate was sealed the moment the king lost the all-important sheath. So are you convinced now, Tasaka?
言ったわよ。笑い物にしたいならすればいいわ。
She doesn't mean that. I can tell she's ready to kick me in the head for the moment I laugh at her. It's all good as long as you understand now. But why did that bother you so much? It shouldn't matter to you whether Saber gets hurt or not.
うるさいわね。何よ。ちょっとそうだったら無敵だなーなんて舞い上がっただけじゃない。私だってね、たまには間違えることぐらいあるわよ。
This is a tough one. Would there be any benefit in me pointing out that she makes mistakes a lot, not just sometimes? By the time the sun sets, the rain stopped completely. Based on our conversation during breakfast, we were heading into town to look for the other master. But I should check something beforehand. I should check Saber's intentions. What is her purpose in fighting? But I shouldn't just ask her straight out. I'll need to be casual about it. I hyped myself up a bit and then pushed to my feet. The living room seems like a good starting place. I'm going to leverage the peaceful pre-dinner mood and try to get through to Saber's stubborn nature. What if, hypothetically, what would we do if we won the Holy Grail? So much for casual. I thought about it a lot and couldn't come up with anything smooth, so blunt it is.
え？は？
I'm glad we're all on the same page. All three of them offer more or less the same response, though with slightly different expressions. Like I said, after we win, I want to talk about what to do once we obtain the Holy Grail.
そんなの説明されなくてもわかるけど、どういう風の吹き回しよ。あんたがそんなこと言い出すなんて。
Saber and Ilya don't nod, but they seem to share an opinion on the subject. I guess this is kind of weird to bring up out of nowhere. But I have to play dumb for now. Yeah, well, I'm just asking. There are only 3 servants left, so it's not such an unrealistic thought. So, you know, the end is kind of in sight.
まあ言われてみればそうよね。いくら四郎だってこの状況ならそれぐらいは考えるか。好きで始めたことじゃないって言っても命を張ってる以上は報酬ぐらい気になるだろうし。
Yeah, I would think that. I'm glad Tasaka likes to focus on the reason for things. Tasaka will allow for the possibility of anything that seems logical, which really one of her better qualities. This is just something I brought up to discuss, though. So what about you, Tasaka? What would you do if you got the Holy Grail? I try to be as natural as possible with this.
そうね。私は勝つことしか考えてなかったから、聖杯に叶えてもらうような目的はないわ。とりあえず聖杯を手に入れるけど、その後のことは考えてなかったな。
So she's fighting because she doesn't want to lose. I figured that was the case, but I didn't know for sure until she said it herself.
切れた。一番ものを考えていそうで、実は一番考えてないのよね、リンは。言うじゃない。じゃあそういうあんたはどうなのよ、イリアスフィール。そんなの知らない。聖杯は私のだから誰にも渡すなって言われただけよ。もともと私のものなんだから、そんなものに興味あるわけないじゃない。要するに聖杯より聖杯戦争の方が楽しいってこと？当然よ。私は勝つためだけに来たんだもの。聖杯の使い道なんてどうでもいいわ。
Killing's fine, I just want to win. They were both thinking that anyway. They're two peas in a pod. The two stare at each other in silence. They seem to be coming to some sort of understanding. Saber doesn't say anything. She probably doesn't intend to join in the conversation. No matter how much she resists, I still have to ask. I have a good idea of your goals. I'll try to turn as naturally as possible. What about you, Saber? She's been quiet this whole time. Saber doesn't reply. Sensing something's amiss, Tasaka and Ilya stop and turn towards Saber. The silence stretches out for maybe a minute.
今さら語るまでもありませんが、聖杯を手に入れるのは私の義務です。聖杯がどれほどの許容範囲を持っているかは知らない。ですがそれが聖杯である限り、私は聖杯を手に入れなくてはなりません。そして無論、聖杯が私の望みを叶えられるなら、望みを叶えるだけですが。
There it is. Saber just said she has a wish of her own. I see. So what is your wish? I try to calm my racing heart and keep composed as I ask. Saber doesn't answer. Fine, that's fine. If she can't answer, chances are good it's because her wish is a selfish one. Knowing Saber, she may hesitate to reveal her wish to anyone if she's wishing for something selfish. And I think I'd rather she kept quiet than make something up. I can feel myself trying to back away from the question I raised.
何？それってそんなに難しいこと？サーバントの望みは現世に蘇ることだっておじいさまは言ってたわ。英霊たちは2度目の生を得るために聖杯を求めるんだって。セイバーだってそうじゃないの？
Saber jerks her head up. If that's what she wanted, there would be no problem. Which means...
いいえ、2度目の生に関心はありません。私の目的は聖杯を手に入れることのみです。
You can't just keep saying that. There is a wish you have.
もともとこの身は聖杯を手に入れる代償としてサーバントになったのですから。
I figured that much. Someone who took an oath and drew the sacred sword wouldn't seek a second life.
ちょっと待って。聖杯を手に入れることと引き換えにサーバントになった？それって英霊になる時の契約のこと？はい。この身をサーバントとする交換条件として私は聖杯を求めたのです。え？じゃあ何？あなたって聖杯を手に入れるために呼び出されたサーバントじゃなくて、聖杯を手に入れるために自分からサーバントになったっていうの
？Tasaka stares at Saber. She tilts her head, confused.
つまりセイバーは英霊だから呼び出されたんじゃなくて、自分からこの戦いに参加したってこと？けどサーバントである以上英霊として祀られているんだから、自分からこっちの世界に関わるなんてできっこないわよね。 じゃあセイバーはサーバントのルールから大きく外れてるってわけでもないし。もうちょっと待ってね、今整理するから。
いいえ、整理するまでもありません。リンが言ったことは正しい。私は他のサーバントとは違います。私はまだ完全にサーバントになったわけではないのですから。
What does that even mean?
完全にサーバントになっていない。
What does that mean? Well, first of all, what does it mean to become a servant? Saber just said she agreed to become a servant as a price that she had to pay to obtain the Holy Grail, which means... Hold on a minute. Are servants forced to fight as the price to get what they want?
いいえ、それは違います。もともとサーバントというのはこの聖杯戦争だけの特別な使い魔です。サーバントとは英霊の特性を利用した召喚魔術。元は英霊なのですから、サーバントにパンを得た代わりに労働をするという決まりはありません。
そうね、サーバントシステムってのはもともと守護精霊である英霊を利用したものだもの。元からあるものを使ってるわけだから、サーバント側にもマスター側にも代償として支払うものはない。けどサーバントになる前、人間から英霊になるには代償行為が必要だって聞いたことがある。英霊っていうのは人間の守護者でしょ。彼らは死した後も人間のために働いて、人の世の滅亡を水面下で防ぐのだとか。で、そういった守護者になるには生前まだ英雄として現役だった頃に何かと取引をしなくてはならない。それが英霊の契約。世界に死後の自分を明け渡す儀式。交換条件によって財を得た者が英雄となり、英雄としてやりたいことをやった後、死後はサーバントとしてもらった財を返す。つまり英雄になるために借金をして、死んだ後は英霊になることで借金を返すってこと。サーバントっていうのはその返済金額を横から私たちにかすめ取られて使役されてるってわけ。
So you're saying humans become heroes by making some sort of trade, and in return, they get used and summoned as heroic spirit familiars after their death? Which means that deal Saber made to become a heroic spirit was for the Holy Grail. Since Saber obtained the Holy Grail in her lifetime, the price she has to pay is serving as a heroic spirit, a sort of guardian even after death. That doesn't sound right. Saber said her goal was the Holy Grail, but she already obtained it, since she became a hero in exchange for the Holy Grail.
いいえ、シロ。私はまだ聖杯を手にしてはいないのです。アルトリア、アーサー王の望みは生きているうちに聖杯を手に入れることだった。私は死ぬ前に聖杯を手に入れなければならなかった。そのためにもし聖杯が手に入るなら、死後は守護者になっても良いと条件を飲んだのです。リンの言う通り、人間は英雄になるために世界と契約をし、人間以上の力を授かり、その代償として死後の自分を売り渡します。ですが私は英雄になるときに世界の後ろ盾を必要としなかった。幸いなことにアーサー王は英雄になるための支援を必要としなかったのです。
She didn't need any help to become a hero, so Saber became a hero on her own.
けどあなたは英霊としてここにいる。アーサー王は英雄になった後で世界に違う交換条件を求めたってこと？
はい。 私は最後の時にどうしても聖杯が必要になった。聖杯がなければ我慢できなかった。叶えなくてはいけない願いができてしまった。だから英霊の契約をしたのです。私の手に聖杯が握られるなら、死後は英霊となってあらゆる者のために剣を取ろうと。
In her last moment, she wished for the Holy Grail's miracle. Now I understand her feelings. The blood-soaked hill, the swords standing as gravestones, the bodies of so many knights. A lone king whose reign ended in betrayal. She didn't deserve the end she met. Even if she hadn't had a wish of her own before, she must have thought, I can't die here. This isn't the end I want. And that's why there's no shame in using the power of the Holy Grail to prolong her life.
そう、つまり死後の自分を売り払ってまで聖杯を手に入れられる手段を取ったのね。けどセイバー、あなたの出した条件っていうのは生きているうちに聖杯を手に入れるでしょ？
It was?
なら、
はい。私が生きているうちに聖杯探索は成し得なかった。私はアーサー王は最後まで聖杯を手に入れることができなかったのです。ですがそれでは契約が成り立ちません。世界が私をサーバントにするにはアーサー王が生きているうちに聖杯を与えねばならない。ですから
アーサー王は聖杯を手に入れるまで死なない。いいえ、死ぬことができない。それじゃああなた、
はい。アーサー王と呼ばれていた私は死を迎える一瞬で止まっているはずです。時間軸から見れば私はとうに滅びているでしょう。ですがそれでは契約が果たせない。アーサー王は死の直前でサーバントとして召喚され聖杯を手に入れた後死ななければならないのです。
時間が止まってるんじゃなくて時間に止まってる状態か。あなたがサーバントとして何度戦いを繰り返しても構わない。最終的には聖杯を手に入れて契約を果たすことは決まっているんだから、
そうです。いつかは聖杯を手に入れ私は契約を果たす。だからこそ英霊になる前からいずれ英霊化が決定しているという条件であらゆる時代に召喚される。それはこの町の聖杯だけではありません。聖杯が手に入る可能性があるならば私はどの戦場にも召喚される。そうしていつかは聖杯を手に入れ私の望みを叶えた時こそ死の直前で止まっていた私の時間は進みます。アーサー王は最後の時を迎え聖杯を手に入れた代償としてこうして英霊となるのでしょう。
死の直前で覚めない夢を見ているようなものか。今回の聖杯戦争もセイバーにとっては夢の一つ。そして夢から覚めるのは聖杯を手に入れた時だけ。
So essentially what she's saying is that while she died, the fulfillment of her wish is to get the Holy Grail. But it's contradictory because getting the Holy Grail would mean that she fulfilled her role as a heroic spirit already to get the Holy Grail. So in order to counteract the contradiction, the Grail was like, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to keep you in limbo until you actually earn the Grail. Once you do, you can actually die and become a spirit. Time travel shenanigans. Let's go.
リンはシローが未熟だから 私を霊体化できないと言いましたね。けれどそれは違う。私は未だ死者ではないから霊体にはなれないのです。半端な扱いですが、これでも位置づけは聖者ですから。前回の聖杯戦争でも私はそうだった。
Saber's tone is apologetic. She probably feels bad for laying the blame for her not being able to enter the spirit form in my ineptitude. I don't care about that. But there's something I need to ask. Saber, what do you mean you're not dead? I got that you won't die until you obtain the Holy Grail. And based on how you described it, you haven't been alive since the time of King Arthur. But then, who are you right now? You're not a clone of the real person or anything, right?
はい。こちらに呼び出される英霊というのは全て本体の分身のようなものですが、私はまだその位置に達していません。聖杯を手に入れるまでは死の直前に止まったままで呼び出されている。リンの言った通り、アーサー王は時間という大河の上で停止している。私はその位置から前か後ろかに飛んで聖杯を求めた後、止まっている場所に戻っているのでしょう。
I try to diagram it all in my head. It's pretty simple once I visualize it. King Arthur is stopped in time at the moment before she dies. But that doesn't matter in the wider flow of time. It continues on all the way to the present. She jumps to whatever time she's needed, then returns to her own frozen moment in time after she completes her duty. If she manages to obtain the Grail in one of the times she visits, she'll be swept back to the proper flow of time and die, just as she does in the history we know. Maybe that's how heroic spirits work. When they die, they're transferred back to a sort of nexus where the flow of time stops. And then when they're summoned, they are taken to a point in time, then disappear without ever returning. That's probably what's meant by heroic spirits being doubles. Kind of like a clone made from their original cells. The heroic spirit, which completely retains the abilities and memories they have while alive, appears in this world and gains more knowledge, but it's all useless. They have no means to return to their original body and instead just disappear. So no matter how many times or in how many different eras they're summoned, there will never be any inconsistencies in heroic spirits' memories. From the moment the person becomes a heroic spirit, they will never change. Even if they obtain new knowledge, they will just disappear once their role is over. So in a sense, Saber is not a complete servant. After each time she's summoned, she eventually returns to her own time, and goes back to that moment where she's about to die on that blood-soaked hill.
ちょっと待った。じゃあ何？今回聖杯を手に入れたら元の時代に戻ってその時代で聖杯を使うってこと？それって過去の改ざんじゃない。時間旅行にしても平行世界の運営にしてもそれは魔法の領域よ。そんなのできるわけがないわ。
それを可能とするのが聖杯でしょう。そうして聖杯さえ使えるのならば私はサーバントとなってもいいと契約したのです。聖杯を使うことでアルトリアという人物が消え去ろうとも今の私が英霊となることを代償として。
Hey there, cardboard. What's going on? Saber is so matter-of-fact about it. It doesn't sound right, though. Using the Holy Grail to grant the wish is fine, but why would that mean Altria has to disappear? What the hell? Altria is going to disappear by using the Holy Grail? That's messed up. Saber, you're not going to... I see the image of the girl dying on the hill all alone. You're not going to use the Holy Grail to save yourself?
なぜそのようなことを言うのです、シロ。私の望みは国を滅びから救うことだけなのですが。
England's fine. I can feel my expression tensing up. I thought I knew Saber's wish, but now my head is spinning and I feel like throwing up. Why? And yet, I try to push air from my lungs and get that one word out.
なぜも何もないでしょう。私は国を守れなかった。国を守るために王となったのに、その責務を果たせなかった。その時に思ったのです。岩の剣は間違えて私を選んでしまったのではないかと。
That's ridiculous. Why would she think that?
いえ、その迷いは常に私の中にありました。私は王にふさわしくないのではないか。本当に選ばれるべき英雄は他にいたのではないのかと。あの時、政権を抜いてしまった時、国を救えなかった私より国を救えたはずのふさわしい王がいたはずです。だからもし聖杯の力で王の選定をやり直すことができるなら、その時に戻ればきっと。
Is she saying that her nation wouldn't be destroyed if she was able to go back to that moment? I feel faint. I'm really angry at Saber for wishing for such a ridiculous thing. The feeling passes in an instant, though. I probably look like a deer in the headlights. Isn't it obvious? Saber's wish was not for herself, but on top of that, she wishes for her own elimination. She exists because she became king by drawing the sacred sword. To pretend that never happened means she wouldn't exist. Let's say we use the Holy Grail to grant her wish. Altria would never become king. She would just live in the timeline where she is an ordinary knight. But then what would happen to Saber, I know. Even if it's only temporary, she already exists as a heroic spirit. And if her wish is granted, she will continue on, but as a being meant only for fighting. She's already paid the price for obtaining the Holy Grail, so the Saber I know will continue existing, even if Altria never becomes king. She'll be cut off from the past and future. She will always and only ever be the lonely knight dying on that blood-soaked hill. That's idiotic. I won't allow it. There's no hope of salvation there. Even if she's able to do it all over, there really was a better king. Her nation did manage to last longer, and if she was herself saved, it'd all be lies. Even if it made everyone around her happy, I can't just let the past 10 years she fought through be a lie. No, you can't do that. You can't redo things. That wouldn't mean anything if you did, Saber.
白。
Don't use the Holy Grail for something like that. You obtain the Holy Grail because you fight for it. You should use that miracle for yourself.
ですから、私は自分のために使うと言っているではありませんか。
No, you said to be using it for your nation.
私、アルトリアは王としての責務を果たさなければ。
That's not the same thing. Yeah. How does she not understand? You've already done more than your duty. You've done so much already. You didn't give up even when you were feared, or even when you were betrayed. You held onto your sword until the end on that hill. So why? Why do you have to keep such promises even after you die? Saber looks bewildered. Ah. Too late to regret what I said. I shouldn't have just blurted out what I've been dreaming of Saber's past. A heavy silence hangs between us. I can't think of what to say. Even I can tell speaking up will just make things worse right now. But I just can't keep quiet. Saber, I don't like it when people aren't rewarded for their hard work. It's wrong. It's not fair. I get that it's childish, but I want to believe that humans can find happiness if they really work for it. I'm not going to lose to the other masters. I'm claiming the Holy Grail, no question. That's why I want you to make your own wish. That way, I'll actually find some meaning in this stupid war. That's the conclusion I reached. I don't know what the Holy Grail is, nor do I know if it's even something you should try to obtain. But if it could save Saber, even a little, then I'll go all out for her. The sound of heavy bells ring out, and the house suddenly goes dark. The air changes immediately. The lights go out, but Saber, Tasaka, and I don't say a word. We try to gauge our surroundings with our other senses. The loud ringing stops and the living room goes silent. And yet, a soft rustling sound ripples through the house. I nod in silence. It's the same sound when Lancer broke in. And that can only mean... The sounds are getting closer, louder. Something is sliding against or across something else. It sounds like a swarm of bugs rushing towards a light. The only place that doesn't seem to be coming from is the living room. It's not even been a minute since the lights went out. We're surrounded on all sides by that sound. An enemy, but it doesn't seem like a servant. There's just too many of them. Whatever people might say, I do have some knowledge of mages and magecraft. Even I can sense there's a lot of magical energy coming from a ton of people or things surrounding the house. 20 at least. But they also seem weirdly light. I don't sense any human will or intellect. The flapping sound seems to be coming from enemy puppets. Ilya speaks up amid the flapping sounds. She, unlike the three of us, is strangely calm. Do you know who that is, Ilya? Ilya is so casual about this. And just then, the sound stops. I grab the wooden sword in the living room. Saber and Tasaka seem to be waiting for me to make a move. It's clear who the enemy is. If Castor is attacking with an entire army, there's only one thing for us to do. Us staying here won't do anything. Saber, come with me. Tasaka, you take Ilya. It's the opposite. Tasaka grabs Ilya from behind in the full Nelson and covers her mouth. Ilya, her voice muffled, continues shouting insults and expletives. Thanks, but try not to overdo it. You're better off running than fighting if it comes to it. Tasaka nods as if to say she doesn't have to be reminded. I turn my back to Tasaka and head towards the veranda. Saber follows me after nodding to Tasaka. In that instant, I doubt my own eyes. A sword swings down at me. I stand stunned as the blade descends toward my head. Ah! I twist away and parry with my wooden sword. Even I don't believe it. My body just reacted the instant I knew I was in mortal peril. The enemy attacks again without missing a beat. A smooth mechanical movement. A fluid, accurate strike. But that's it. It's accurate, but it's not sophisticated, and it lacks the brutality of a killing strike. It seems pathetic next to the strength of Saber's strikes, like it's barely moving in comparison to Berserker's incredible speed. Back against the wall, I parry again. As I step back against the wall, Saber strikes lightning. Like lightning.
シロ、無事ですか?
See for yourself. I got a little spooked, but I managed.
なんとかなったではありません。このような時は私の後ろについてこなければダメです。今後は気をつけてください。
Saber scolds me for my carelessness. She's right, but I didn't want to just stay behind her.
シロ、私の話を聞いていますか?
I am. So Saber, what is that thing? The hallway is empty. Whatever hideous thing Saber saved me from was completely annihilated by her attack.
今のはイリアスフィールの言っていた通り、魔物の体を触媒にしてかたどった兵士です。オートマタというよりゴーレムのようですが質は低いですね。今のゴーレム程度なら取り囲まれても問題はありませんが。
I don't know where they were hiding, or how the hell many did they manage to sneak in. These crudely assembled things scuttle all around us, closing in like spiders. But they're not the only presence I sense. Countless others surround the house, many times more than I see here. I leap away from the wall. Why you? I strike at the bones with my wooden sword. Saber sweeps away the bones crawling towards my exposed back. The bones move jerkily towards us, attacking with the same unnatural movements. It's not hard to fight them off, but we're destroying more of the house with every strike. And I only have a wooden sword. Even if I use strengthening on it, it won't last. As much as I hope I'm wrong, it seems like the bones heading for us are endless. I really hope this is going to go on until we both collapse from exhaustion. I think Saber will be fine. Damn, where are these things coming from? I can't help but complain as I fight back to back with Saber. There aren't that many bones coming at me. It seems to be coming from inside the house, but most seem to be coming from the yard. Saber is slashing away at the bones and coming from the yard. It looks like they're headed towards the living room. Chisaka and Ilya are in there, and Saber has her hands full dealing with the bones and heading that way. Saber readies her sword. There may be no need to hide it now. Her golden sword is ready to demonstrate its true power. Wait, Saber, don't use Excalibur right now. I don't care if you destroy the house. Okay, I might care a little. But we're in a residential area. You know what'll happen if you use it here. I shout to Saber as they bat away the bones striking at me. I know, these things are like familiars, right? Then if we defeat the one who's controlling them, that should wipe out the whole army. Saber, can you find Castor? And go get her. Fine, let's give her what she wants. We aren't going to last like this. The yard is just ahead. If Castor's just out there, she shouldn't be too difficult to reach. But if we do that, we won't be defending the house. Saber's fighting the bones off now, but as soon as she's outside, the wall holding them back will all be gone. I should. This one I actually don't know. I feel bad about relying only on Saber, but I have no choice. We may have to come out together, but I'm just slowing her down. Saber should have no trouble getting past those bone things to reach Castor alone. Saber, can you do it?
はい。では、シロはリンのところに戻ってください。リンとイリアスフィールの力があれば、数分は持ちこたえられる。
Got it. We'll be waiting in the living area.
すぐに戻ります。その、先ほど宝具を使おうとした私が言えることではないのですが、ここはシロの家だ。これ以上このような者たちになど荒らさせません。
Saber launches herself into the yard. She chops effortlessly through the army of bones. Okay, I hurry back to the living room. If I stay here, I might end up surrounded by those bone creatures, and Saber might worry.
シロ、どうしたの？セイバーに何かあった？
No, you got it wrong. Castor's familiars. There's just too many of those bone dolls. They'll overwhelm us eventually, so Saber went to defeat Castor since they're the source of all this. I just slow her down, so I'm staying here to wait with you guys until Saber's done.
そう、なるほどね。確かにすごい数の使い魔だもの。イリアは心配することないって言うけど、セイバーにだって限度があるし、疲労しきる前に大元を叩きに行ったんだ。そうみたいね。ここを見張ってた竜河兵たちも庭に移動してるし、キャスターのやつセイバーに追い詰められて必死みたい。けどこれですね。キャスターとどうあってもセイバーには勝てないもの。
You're right. I don't hear anything outside anymore. I don't sense any enemies anymore. As long as we don't go outside, those bones won't attack us. If Illy is right, the battle should be over soon. Saber won't lose in single combat. She shouldn't have any trouble cutting Castor down since she doesn't have to worry about protecting us.
浮かない顔ね。すぐに決着がつくっていうのに納得いかない顔してるけど。
I can say the same to Sakura. Why does it look like something's bothering you?
まあね。ちょっとうまくいきすぎてるから。セイバーの強さがキャスターの予想以上だったにしろ、何の用心もなしに自分から仕掛けてくるかなって。
She's right. Castor came here willingly. If she knows that there's a master here, she should already know which servant is here too. So she knows that Saber is here and that Saber is a bad matchup for her. If she knew that and still attacked, that means... I don't hear anything. Ilya, can you sense Castor's presence?
消えたわ。使い魔はまだ残ってるけど、残っているサーバントはセイバーだけよ。使い魔が残ってる。シロ、腕。
Huh? I look down at my left arm. I don't understand what happened. My command spells, proof of my contract with Saber, are gone.
シロ、霊樹使った？
No, I didn't. What's going on? Saber should have defeated Castor easily. So then why did my command spell disappear? I should have gone with her. Which is fine. I wasn't sure. But, yeah, leaving her on her own out there, probably not the best idea. No, my command spell disappearing doesn't mean my contract is severed. I shouldn't be panicking. Command spells are there to control servants who may act against their master's orders. I haven't needed to use them for Saber. So even if I lose the command spell, Saber and I should be able to get along fine.
セイバー、帰ってきたわ。もうすぐここにやってくる。
She's gonna kill us all, isn't she? What are those two doing? Saber's just coming back, so why do they seem so worried? The door opens. Saber comes in. Saber's gripping her chest. She seems to be in pain. Saber! I rush to her.
待ってシロ。
I don't hear Tasaka's warning. All I see is Saber is injured. Are you okay, Saber? Where did you...
ダメ、逃げてシロ。セイバー、やめ。
In a single stroke, my body is cut in half, from shoulder to the waist. So quick is the slash that for a moment I don't even feel pain. My mysterious healing abilities don't seem to work against the attack from Saber's sword. Saber. The world starts to go dark, as I die. More than my fear of death, I find myself wondering why Saber attacked me. Yeah, I just needed to pick the other option. It seemed fine, and then it wasn't fine. Sure, it's basically just going to tell me to use the other thing.
みんなこんばんは。洗濯ミスでさっぱりやられちゃったシロを助ける Q&A タイガー道場です。
さて、今回の死因はどんなに優勢だろうと油断しちゃいけないっていうことかな。
I mean, I technically didn't, but I was trying to do what I thought was the smart thing at the time.
シロはマスターなんだから、セイバーちゃんのちょっと猛進なところを諌めてあげないとダメだぞ。
違うわ。今回悪いのはセイバーでしょ。キャスターなんかの罠にかかっちゃって気が抜けてる証拠だわ。大方シロを意識して一人でいいところを見せようとしたんでしょうね。なのにシロを殺しちゃうなんてセイバーのクラスの落ちたものだわ。それに夜最強って言うけど勝ち星は少ないし体は小さいしレディーとしての魅力も足りないし、なんかセイバーって大ぐらいなだけのパワーキャラって感じ。
Thanks, Ilya.
イリアちゃん、ストップストップ。セイバーちゃんも反省してるし、こう傷口に塩塗りたくるのはまずいでござるよ、武士として。
そっか、武士道は色なし恋なし情けありだっけ。仕方ない。今回の不手際は多めに見てあげるわ。けどセイバーに首輪をつけなきゃいけないのは本当だよ。だってそうでもしないと他のデッドルートでも。
She needs to be reined in. It's just like, alright, sure.
ごめん。
師匠、なんで体罰するんですか。
だからそういう話は禁止。ネタバレは良くないし、セイバーちゃんを怒らせちゃダメ。あの子怒ると本気で怖いわよ。ちょっと前セイバーちゃんをからかって臨死体験した子もいるんだから。
It was me.
あ、それって13日目のことだよね。あれは楽しかった。タイガー、なんか今グルルとか聞こえなかった？
別に聞こえない。うわー！ライバル出現の泣き！
何あれ、変なのが変なのに乗ってきた。
What? Was not expecting the lion, but alright, sure. Ugh. I hear glass shattering. The sound of intense fighting comes from the living room.
シロ、指示を。迷っている時間はありません。
I know. My delaying is making the situation worse. We're going after Castor. I already said Tasaka should take care of Ilya.
では行きましょう。マスター、私の背中を任せます。
She She hurries down the hall, mowing down bones as she goes. The bone soldiers disappear before getting anywhere near Saber. They are like vanishing snowflakes. Saber scatters so many in her path it looks like a snowstorm. She said she'd trust her back to me, but she clearly doesn't need me to protect her. I'm once again reminded how skilled of a swordsman Saber is. Saber charges through them, unwavering. She cuts her way through the source of these bones. Her only goal now is to defeat the yet unseen sixth servant that has invaded the house. Saber stops. The soldiers, which had been coming at us in droves, are suddenly gone. This must be our destination. A distorted human figure looms ahead of us. It wears a robe of some kind, but the robe itself is so dark that it looks more like a hole in the night. A dark shadow. As soon as I lay eyes on the figure, I'm struck by an indescribable sense of anxiety.
なるほど。確かにこれならバーサーカーを倒し得るわね。私の増票では足止めにもならないでしょう。
The figure chuckles. It seems the dark figure is the master of those bone creatures, Castor. But there's no master. There's no sign of a master nearby. Maybe she's the same as Lancer, able to move even far from her master.
貴様、契約が切れているのか。
Saber challenges her directly with the question.
ええ、彼は私の主にふさわしくなかった。だから消えてもらったし、消えてしまった。
I can't see the expression on the robed servant's face, but I can hear the terrible coldness in Castor's voice.
マスター殺し。では、貴様のマスターはとっくに死んだわ。けれど問題はないのよ、セイバー。私たちは魂食いでしょう。魔力の供給源なんていくらでも溢れている。あとはそう、聖杯さえ手に入れてしまえば心配は何もなくなるでしょうね。貴様も現世の復活を望むのか。どこの英霊かは知らぬが、そのためにかつての誇りを捨てたのか。あら、人間風情に使われるのは誇りを捨てるとは言わないのかしら。私はそれが我慢ならなかっただけよ。今も昔も誰かの手足になるのはこりごりなの。だから使う側に回っただけ。だろうな。私も貴様の非業になど興味はない。
Saber tilts her body just slightly. She's about 10 meters from Castor. Saber should be able to close that distance and bring Castor down in a heartbeat.
物騒ね。せっかく話し合いに来たのに問答無用だなんて。これでも手加減はしたつもりなのですよ。貴様と話すことなどない。潔くここで散れ。
Saber's intent only on killing. I'm not about to oppose her in this case. All I smell from Castor is blood. She's been telling the truth about murdering her master. Her raid tonight was clearly intended to kill everyone in the house. There's no reason for me to stop Saber. Besides, Castor isn't even a threat to Saber. Even I can see Castor's abilities. She's the weakest when it comes to one-on-one combat. If Saber engages her, she can only lose. Don't do it, Saber. Even with all that in mind, I can't shake off this sense of anxiety. It's not the same feeling of hopelessness, inevitable death I got whenever we were in Berserker's presence. Do I just have some sort of aversion to her, or is it a warning of something dangerous? Forget about me. Somehow my left hand is aching to warn me that Saber should stay away from that thing. I hesitated too long. Saber launches herself at the dark shadow. Castor smiles. She doesn't look all that disturbed as Saber rushes toward her. She mutters Atlas. I can't understand what she says, but it sends something beyond words straight into our minds. The world lurches and distorts. The air grows denser around Saber. What? I even feel a tremendous impact. The ground flexes like something massive slammed into Saber moves from above. No way, she activated some kind of magecraft without even moving a muscle. Actually, I think she murmured something like an incantation. Incantations can be shortened. The simpler the magecraft, the shorter the spell can be made. But this isn't by any means simple magecraft. Not many mages could visualize such a thing in a single breath. Even if they were possible, they'd need to prepare a catalyst ahead of time, like Tasaka does. But Caster triggered the magecraft with a murmured word. I've never even heard of anything like this. If this is Caster's magecraft, she is no mere mage. Saber! Saber hovers there, frozen. Her feet still kick in midair. She hangs suspended there. The air around her seems to have thickened into gelatin. Ugh. I can't get close. Some sort of invisible barrier holds me back. The murkiness seems combined to Saber, but so long as her feet don't touch the ground, she can't move. Is everybody just from the Age of Gods? Like, honestly. You're not even the first one we've had. A ridiculing laugh echoes from the depths of that dark robe. Saber is still suspended, helpless in the air. She dismisses this as if it were some dull trick. But you knew that. Caster steps back. After casually nullifying Caster's magecraft, Saber surges towards her at lightning speed. But I... Given the results of last time, I think we can safely say no! Saber raises her sword. She's already closed in on Caster. No, don't, Saber! I desperately sprint towards Saber, my heart racing. Saber suddenly halts. It's not clear whether Caster did anything. Saber tenses up after sensing something from Caster. Saber twists away to dodge. However, bony arms thrust from the ground and grab her legs. A sharp blade emerges from the folds of Caster's robes. It's an oddly shaped dagger, thin and brittle. That blade isn't meant for killing. Saber regards it in disgust, and Caster strikes, clearly seeing her opportunity for victory. Being grabbed from the ground must have surprised Saber, as Saber is unable to dodge or deflect the falling dagger and simply takes the blow, looking astonished. Why, you? I hear Caster's voice from behind me somewhere. I can't see her expression. The only thing I can do now is throw myself in front of Saber and take the blow in her place. Gow! It wasn't graceful. I didn't have the confidence to just step in and take the dagger to the chest. So instead, I tried to shield Saber, hugging her to obscure Caster's target. And so Caster's dagger plunges into my back, tearing through my spine in the moment of unbelievable pain. Ugh! I stop myself from crying out in pain and muster my strength to support Saber. I can't hear what she's saying, even as close as she is to my ear. Get back, Saber! Get behind me! Saber understands before I can gather my voice and tell her to jump. I go flying. Saber shakes off the bony hand gripping her leg and carries me with her. Saber's voice is urgent. She lays me on the ground gently, but the pain only grows worse. It feels like scissors tore open my back, and someone poured lead down my spine. The pain is unreal. but I'm not exactly losing my mind over it. Hearing Saber practically shouting actually makes me calmer. I mean, you don't have to shout, I can hear you. This is nothing, it just hurts. Forget about me, take care of Castor. I point in Castor's direction, my head still down.
はい、すぐに決着をつけます。少しの間だけ辛抱してください。
Saber turns towards Castor.
今のが貴様の宝具か、キャスター。
Saber's voice is harsh, angry. The black shadow clicks her tongue in irritation and raises the strange dagger in her hand.
ええ、見ての通り生倉で人間一人殺せないものですけどね。あなたが直感した通り、ある事柄に関してのみ万能とされる魔法の札よ。触れたくないのなら私には近寄らないことね、セイバー。
Castor's talking bold, but she doesn't seem to have doesn't seem as composed as earlier. Even a powerful mage like Castor can't hurt Saber as long as she's only using magecraft. Whatever her noble phantasm might be, it can't hurt Saber, even if she surprises her with it. You should beat her. No problem. I get my orders through gritted teeth.
あら、それでいいの、セイバー。確かにあなたなら私を追い詰められるわ。けど、その間に誰がそこの男を守るのかしらね。言うまでもないでしょうけど、私の魔術が通じないのはあくまであなただけ。あなたがそこの坊やから離れれば、追い詰められた私が何をするか予想がつくのではなくて。
貴様。
Saber's voice rumbles up from deep in her chest. The rattling of bones grows louder. I'm kneeling on the ground and Saber holds her sword, defending me as the bones surround us. Damn it. I messed up. Even if I manage to save Saber, there's no point in me being left so weak. I can't move properly, so I'm just slowing Saber down. Castor would be no threat to Saber alone, but with me to worry about.
話し合いに来たと言ったな、キャスター。
But Saber.
マスターは黙っていてください。今はこれが正しい選択です。
Saber lowers her sword. I think I hear Castor laugh amid the sound of rattling bones all around us.
話を聞こう、キャスター。条件によっては見逃してやってもいい。
正気？あなたたちの命は私が握っているのですよ。そんな強気な態度に出られるとつい握りつぶしてしまいそうだ。
間違えるな。貴様が握っているのは私ではなく、私のマスターの命だけだ。だがそれを潰すというのなら私も容赦はしない。この身が消え去る前に我が剣の全てをもって貴様を焼き尽くす。
The air around us goes cold. Saber's words intimidate Castor. I can feel it.
いいわ。そこの坊やには手を出さない。もともと私の目的はあなただもの。一人ぐらいます。
初めから私が目的。
そうよ。バーサーカーを倒したほどの英霊を見逃す手はないわ。残るサーバントは私とあなた。それにランサーだけ。あなたを味方に引き入れればランサーなど敵ではないもの。
What happened to Assassin?
残り3人。ではアサシンはすでに倒されたのか。
さあ、もういないのだから倒されたのでしょう。主も守れないサーバントは消えて当然よ。
Assassin was defeated. Does that mean the Master in Ryudo Temple is gone? I didn't fight them, or even know who they were, but now there's one less Master. So the only remaining servants are Saber, Castor, and Lancer, who hasn't shown up since the first night.
くだらない無駄話はそこまでよ。 私が欲しいのはあなたのその宝具だけ。マスターを殺されたくなければおとなしくその剣を渡しなさい。
それこそ無意味な。この剣を扱えるのは私だけだ。宝具はその持ち主でなければ使えないと英霊ならば分かっていよう。
ああ、そうだったわね。けどそれならあなたごといただくまでの話よ、セイバー。どんなに優れた騎士でも捕らえてしまえばどうとでも懐柔できるし、何よりあなたは私の好みですからね。しつけるのは楽しそうだわ。
Her voice drips with amusement. Gah. I feel myself on the verge of passing out, even as my anger boils over. I try to shove the pain aside and start to force myself to stand on numb legs. You piece of... I'm not going to let Saber get captured because of me. I decided I'm going to protect Saber, so I'm not letting a wound like this bring me down. I grab my wooden sword and start slashing at the bones surrounding us. Saber's voice is brittle, tense.
そう、自殺したいのなら止めはしないわ。
Castor mocks me as I struggle. Bones crack and rattle. And as if to muffle all those sounds, the bones are swept aside in the blink of an eye by a sudden volley of arrows. What? We all stand dumbfounded. The arrows that rain down on us disappear as if they'd been an illusion. But they weren't. The entire ord of bones is gone. Castor looks up. Saber must have noticed earlier. Well, before Castor, she stares up toward the wall in disbelief. I don't understand what I'm seeing. There is a golden figure standing with the moon behind them. It's a man clad in golden armor, looking down at the yard with a cruel smile. Castor raises her voice, instinctively realizing that this is one of who annihilated her troops. He gives no answer. He's not even looking at Castor. His eyes are fixed on one person alone, Saber. Castor's voice is heavy with emotion. The gold-armored man finally looks at her. Castor gasps as the man's red eyes bore into her. His gaze is impossibly cold. He doesn't even see Castor as a human. I can tell as far away as I am. I don't blame Castor for being intimidated. Like some icy hand has a grip on her heart, since she looks straight into his eyes. Castor's voice trembles as she speaks. She must know she's doomed if she doesn't do something. But... his answer comes as a death sentence. I hear a loud snap. By the time I realize it's the sound of him clicking his fingers, the tragedy has begun. Myriad weapons appear in the air, shooting toward Castor like bullets from a machine gun. Castor raises her arm. A conceptual shield envelops her. It forms a glassy film in front of Castor. It is likely every bit as durable as Berserker himself, but her efforts are probably fruitless, as the barrier is merely glass. Her crystalline barrier shatters under the deadly rain of so many weapons. She sounds utterly dumbfounded, but not a modicum of concern for Castor as she so pitifully tilts her head in wonder. The weapons tear through her dark robe. They are merciless. Spears tear into her, sending fabric flying, only for yet more of them to plunge into her body. Swords cut down her falling form, while arrows sail toward an arm as it is about to hit the ground. An axe chops off a head about to complain of pain. All of it brings Castor to an untold peaks of agony. She can't possibly survive. Castor succumbing to an endless hail of so many different weapons is no longer even recognizably human. The wind flows. Her tattered, empty robe floats away. The shredded pieces of it fly skyward in the evening breeze. That torn robe tries valiantly to hold its form. Maybe because it's the only thing that remains remaining to remind us of Castor. I'm completely speechless. My mind is fixed on the miserable remnants of that robe as they float away. And then... the man in gold grunts contemptuously. I'm not hallucinating. The dark robe twists like coils of snake and then sprouts wings to fly away. But it's too late. I don't know what the man did. I only see a crack in the night sky itself. Like a wave breaking out of the sea, the fault line engulfs the fluttering robe. It's like a person being run over by a steamroller. The robe falls. Castor is beneath it unscathed. And then... a storm of magical swords rains down onto her. Her scream splits the night. More swords fall upon her in response, and her scream grows louder. Castor must be able to heal herself like Saber. Even all those swords impaling her is still not enough to kill her, but it's hard to watch. The torrent of swords does not stop. Each weapon is different. No two are alike. And as much as I don't want to admit it, each one of the weapons is a magical sword or spear, and is easily a match for a servant's noble phantasm. An inexhaustible supply of noble phantasms rain down on the Castor. Seeing the way she struggles under it is just... Alrighty then. And that is the end of Castor. She disappears along with the black mist that was hiding her. The infinite cycle of torture that seemed to drag on forever lasted in actuality about 10 seconds. During that time, Saber stood scowling at the Golden Knight. His tone turns amicable as he addresses her. Saber. But Saber doesn't answer. She only glares all the more intensely at him.
すでに心を決めてもよい頃だが。ああ、もっともそれは俺だけの話なのか。お前にとってはつい先日の話である。まったく男を待たせるとはたわけた女だ。
He laughs heartily. My heart's pounding, partly from the disaster I just witnessed. But beyond that, the way he's looking at Saber is making me nauseous.
まだ雑種が残っていたか。
He glances toward the house, annoyed. I look and see Tasaka and Ilya on the veranda in front of the living room.
何あれ
Ilya looks up at the man as she'd just seen a ghost. She strains her eyes for a moment, then shakes her head in disbelief.
嘘あなた誰なの
たわけ見てわからぬか。この身はお前がよく知る英霊の一人であろう。
Illy? They really messed up here. Illy jumps off the veranda and glares at the man as if in challenge.
知らない私あなたなんて知らない私が知らないサーバントなんて存在しちゃいけないんだから
What? Wait, Ilya! My words don't reach her. Ilya releases a mass of magical energy straight at the man. I hear it rushing through the air. He does nothing. A mirrored shield appears before him and reflects Ilya's attack back at her. She'd been so blind and desperate in her attack that now she has no time to react to it. Ilya can only stand there as her attack rebounds toward her. I can imagine. Tasaka steps in and saves her, blocking the attack.
なるほど。今回はまた変わり種だな。前回の鉄を踏まぬよう少しは工夫したということか。
He looks down at Ilya, scrutinizing her. He looks at Ilya the same way he looks at Saber, coldly, as though appraising prized possessions.
やだやだ私はあなたなんて嫌いなんだから
Ilya glares at the man while Tasaka tries to hold her back.
貴様の事情なぞ知らん。いいから早く開け。そうだ。せっかくの5人目なのだからな。
He says it so simply. I'm not sure why that had an effect on her. Ilya trembles violently, then slumps to the ground. That's it. Nothing else can happen. Tasaka and I can only look up at the man. We completely understand. He's not looking at us. If either of us so much as speaks up, we'll meet the same fate as Castor. But not Saber. Her silence as she stares up at the Golden Knight is entirely different than ours.
なぜあなたが限界しているのですばあちゃん
Saber tries to keep her voice under control. Tasaka and I can only gasp in surprise.
なぜも何もなかろう。聖杯は俺のものだ。自らの持ち物を取りに来て何が悪い。
ふざけたことをあなたがそのような英雄ではないいやそもそも
やめておけ。 その先を口にしては戦わざるを得なくなるぞ騎士王よ。いや、もとよりそのつもりであったが今日がそがれた。再会を祝すにしてはここはみすぼらしすぎるからな。
And with that, the man in gold turns away. He turns his back to us as if to demonstrate that we are no threat.
いずれ会うぞセイバー。あの時から俺の決定は変わらぬ。次に出向くまでに心を決めておくがいい。
He disappears. The tension fades and the yard returns from the usual tranquility. Or to the usual tranquility. But it's the only thing that returns to how it was. The Emiya house is in shambles and Ilya has fainted. And Saber, still with her back to us, remains silent. I set a futon out in the living room and lay the unconscious Ilya on it. She may have fainted, but her face is peaceful at last.
ほら、よそ見しない。包帯がずれるじゃない。
I feel a hand slap my back. Ouch! Tasaka! Is that any way to treat the injured?
うるさい。人がせっかく手当てしてあげてるんだから、少しはおとなしくしてなさいっての。ほら、右手あげて。もう必要ないとは思うけど、一応こっちにも薬塗っとくから。
Cold!
触覚があるってことは平気な証拠よ。はい、次包帯ね。
She wraps the bandage around my right shoulder with surprising skill. It's past 10. After our battle with Castor, Tasaka begins treating my wounds as soon as we got back into the living room. Well, she started, but most of my wounds had already healed, so now she's just fussing over me.
はい、おしまい。にしても、ほんとでたらめな体ね。それだけの治癒能力を持ってるのは吸血鬼ぐらいなものよ。あなた、本当に人間？
I think she said something similar before. Hey, I'm just an ordinary human being. I don't really know what's going on with my body, so don't bother asking.
冗談。まっとうな人間が脊髄切られてピンシャンしてるかっていうのよ。
A valid point.
便利だからあえて追求しなかったけど、いい加減不気味になってきたわ。もしかしてあんた、首を切られない限り死なない土地の出だったりしない？
I probably wouldn't die then either. The scary thing here is that Tosaka is serious. One of these days, she might actually try for my neck with an axe.
ね、セイバーだってそう思うでしょ？原因はセイバーだとは思うんだけど、それにしたって不死身すぎるっていうか。
シローの治癒能力はシローのものではないのですか？
She didn't know that.
そんなわけないじゃない。強化の一つ覚えのシローがそんな高等技術をマスターしてると思う？こいつのデタラメぶりは間違いなくあなたと繋がってるからよ。セイバーの自己回復能力がそのままシローに流れてるんじゃない？
そうなのでしょうか。今までそのようなつながりは感じませんでしたが、それならば今も私の魔力はシローに流れていなければおかしいですし、第一、私の自然治癒はシローほど強くはありません。
And that's when they figured it out. Maybe.
セイバー？どうしたの？いきなり青ざめた顔しちゃって。
Saber stares off into space, apparently not even hearing Tosaka.
まさか、そんなはずは。
Oh no, it can be. She shakes her head and looks down. Tasaka and I exchange looks. Saber's acting weird. Actually, I know why. Ever since that golden knight appeared, Saber's been pretty down.
まあ、シローのことは保留にしておきましょう。それよりセイバー、あなたさっきのやつと顔見知りだったの？あの金ピカ、セイバーが自分のものだとか言ってたけど。
Saber doesn't answer. She obviously doesn't want to talk about it. But I still want to know. Tasaka asking the questions, I want answers to. Saber, if you know, then tell us. Who was that guy? You called him Archer.
はい、認めたくはありませんが、私は彼を知っています。ですがそれはありえない。サーバントは7人だけです。彼が召喚されるはずがない。
A servant, so he really is a servant. It's pretty obvious. That could be a real problem for us.
彼のクラスはアーチャーです。もちろんリンが契約したアーチャーとは全く別の英霊で、その能力も英雄としての気質もあまりに違いますが。
I can tell. I only saw him briefly, but it was more than enough to get a sense of what the monster he is.
ちょっと待って、おかしいわよそれ。あいつがアーチャーのサーバントならそれで8人目よ。
Yep.
一つの期間で召喚できるサーバントは7人が限度のはずでしょ。数が減ったから補充するなんてことは絶対にない。
Yep.
そもそもサーバントが7人っていうのはそれが一度に呼び出せる限度数だからでしょ。なら8人目はどうしたって呼び出すって待った。
Yeah, you figured it out, didn't you?
セイバー、あなた前回の戦いであいつと出会ったの？
Yep.
その通りです、リン。前回の聖杯戦争における最後の一日、火の海の中で私は彼と戦った。
For a moment, my entire body tenses. Saber fought in the sea of fire? This is nothing new. I already heard from Kodamine that the fire was caused by the Holy Grail War, so it shouldn't be a surprise. I've been trying not to think about it all this time.
決着は？あなた、あいつをきちんと倒したの？
Hi, Slush.
倒してはいません。いいえ、倒すことはできなかった。なぜなら私は
逆にあいつに任された。今回とは違う。きちんと召喚されて敵なしだったあなたが勝てなかった相手ね。
Saber hangs her head but doesn't answer. That's answer enough. Saber couldn't win? Not this imperfect Saber hobbled by my weakness, but Saber with nothing holding her back? Is that even possible? If you consider her expressly in terms of strength as a swordsman, Saber isn't invincible. She was weaker than Berserker, but Saber has her noble phantasm. The other servants' noble phantasms are powerful, but Saber's exceeds them all. Not much, just getting through the game. It's hard to believe that there could be a hero in this world that her sacred sword can't defeat.
それじゃあ決まりよ。あいつ、今回の戦いで呼ばれたサーバントじゃなくて、前回からそのまま残ったサーバントなんじゃない？そうでなければ辻褄が合わないもの。
My mind stops working. It's not that I agree with Tasaka's assessment, but she just described what I've been hoping could be possible since yesterday.
ですがそれは。
ですがも何もないわ。それ以外に説明がつかないんだから。一度の聖杯戦争で呼び出せるのは7人だけ。それ以外のサーバントがいるとしたら、それは前回生き残った勝者だけじゃなくて？
There's a heavy silence. Yet, why does Tasaka look so pleased? Tasaka, why do you look so happy?
当然じゃない。だって前例がいてくれたのよ。 つが何者か知らないけど、要するに前回の戦いで最後まで勝ち残ったサーバントなんでしょ。ならあいつは聖杯を手に入れたのよ。でその恩恵でずっと世界に残ってる。
That's incorrect.
つまり聖杯さえ手に入れればサーバントを世界に留めておけるっていう見本じゃない。あいつをとっ捕まえて詳しい話を聞きたいぐらいよ。
Still incorrect. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Tasaka. She's not. Here's another typo. I don't who. It's like, I don't know who. I don't know who the heck that guy is, but he's a servant. He remained in this world since the previous war. So there's still typos and stuff that they missed. Which means there's a way for Saber to do the same.
とまあ、あいつが何者で何が目的かは不明だけど、倒すべき敵には変わりなさそうね。セイバー、それであいつの正体は何なの？
You're not gonna like the answer.
それがわからないのです。前回の戦いでも私は最後まで彼の正体がつかめなかった。あの英雄にはシンボルとなる宝具が存在しなかった。
He has hundreds. Thousands. Millions even. He didn't have a noble phantasm that made it clear who he was? That's ridiculous. A servant who doesn't have a noble phantasm wouldn't be a servant, right? Besides, he just...
そうよ、さっき山ほど使ってたじゃない。あれだけあれば正体を探るなんてどうさもないでしょ。宝具の形状から該当する英雄を探せばいいんだから。
Problem is, it's every hero.
では聞きますが、リンは先ほどの宝具に一つでも見覚えはありましたか？
そんなの当然じゃない。
Tasaka thinks hard for a moment. She folds her arms over her chest, frowning, and then just tilts her head in confusion.
そんなはずない。
What's going on, Tasaka? What's impossible?
信じられない。あの血に濡れてたのは多分ダイスレフで、鎌っぽいのはハルペイよね。
Yep. Work was slow, I can imagine.
なんか中華っぽいやつもあったし、お不動産のあれもあったような。
Tasaka looked almost crazed as she muttered to herself. She looks like she's tumbling down a rabbit hole.
あれなんかセーバーの剣に似てたけど別物のはずよ。ああいう素朴なデザインは北欧っぽかったし、そういえば大抵の魔剣の原型って北欧だって話だけど。
She's even starting to grind her teeth. Hey, Tasaka. Leaving her to her own devices will do more harm than good. If I don't stop her right now, we'll wind up paying the price later. Especially me. Tasaka, Tasaka, come back to us.
ああもう黙っててよシロ。あんたがちゃちゃ入れるから頭が混乱してきたじゃない。
Good. I'm not trying to butt in. You're talking about the guy's noble phantasm, right? Judging from just their shapes, there's Dainsleif, Harpe, Durandal, Vajra, Calibolg, and Gaybolg. I don't know the Chinese one, but I think I covered all the famous ones.
それ合ってる。
I don't love the face she's making, and it leaves me feeling even worse. I don't know how much, but I just blurted out what leaped into my mind.
けどそれってどういうことよ。そんなデタラメな数の宝具を持ってる英雄なんていないわ。いえ、そもそも出典がごちゃ混ぜでもう何が何だか。
ええ、ですから私も彼の正体はわからなかった。英雄の証となる宝具をあの男は湯水のように持っているのです。あまりにも数がありすぎるため、 アーチャーの正体を絞り込むことはできなかった。
The two look perplexed. Well, with so many noble phantasms, we have no hope of determining who he is. It's like hiding a leaf in a forest.
シロ、あんたなんかないの？
Technically, I do. Shiro probably does not, though. Tasaka obviously annoyed glares at me, expecting... I'm not sure what. She just takes her frustration out on me, I guess. Like what?
だから気づいたこととか推理とか、とにかく瞬間的なひらめきよ。私たちに必要なものは意外性のある意見なの。行き詰まった事態を解決するのは偶然だけなんだから。
She may be right. I get it. You're making fun of me.
失礼ね。戦力外だと思ってるだけよ。ね、どうなの？
I've got nothing. I raise my hands up in surrender. Tasaka groans.
となると結論は一つね。セイバー、あいつが使ってた宝具はみんな偽物だと思わない？そうでもなければ説明がつかないでしょ？
Nope, they're all real.
同意見です。ですが、
Huh? They weren't fakes? How did I figure that out? Besides, fake noble phantasms wouldn't have harmed Castor.
エミヤ君、その根拠は？
I'm just saying, they were real. Actually, everything else seemed fake.
は？
It's intuition. I can't explain it, but those were all real. Lancer's gay bulg is real, of course, but the spear the other guy used is also the real gay bulg. What? Her making that face isn't explaining this any easier. It doesn't help that I have no idea how I know this. I just know all his noble phantasms are real. I can feel it. Maybe it's because I used projection during our battle against Berserker. After seeing all those noble phantasms, I can tell they're all real. A great weapon is imbued with specific concepts, while imitations lack something. I learned that much when replicating Saber's sword. In that regard, I think all noble phantasms that servant had were perfect.
まあ、シローの発言はとりあえず置いておいて。あいつの正体がわからない以上、次は目的なんだけど。
Tasaka sneaks a glance at Saber.
あいつも聖杯を狙ってるのは当然として、気になる点がもう一つあるのよね。セイバー、はっきり聞いていいかしら。
Uh-huh. Why does she always have a mysterious look when she comes to topics like this?
それはどういう意味でしょうか、リン。尋ねたいことがあるのならば、遠慮することはありませんが。
そ？なら聞くけど、セイバーはあいつをどう思ってるの？あいつの言いぶりからすると、どうもセイバーにお熱のようだったけど。
I'm not following Tasaka's lead, but I also sneak a glance towards Saber. I don't think Tasaka has it wrong. He seems obsessed with Saber. Actually, it's beyond being obsessed. From the very beginning, he only saw Saber as his possession.
彼が何を考えているかなど、私の知るところではありません。ですが、前回の戦いの折、求婚された覚えはあります。無論、剣と共に切って捨てましたが。
Propose? You mean that kind of proposal? What? What the heck is that servant thinking?
この場合、喜ぶべきか微妙だけど、それなりに悪い気はしないんじゃない？サーバントになってからも求愛されるなんて、女冥利に尽きるってもんじゃない。
そのようなことはありません。もとより私にそんな自由はない。
Yes, yes, we know. You want to obtain the Holy Grail. We've heard this before.
正直、あのようなざれ言は勘に触ります。
そう？セイバーはそうでも、あいつはかなりご執心だったじゃない。あの手のタイプはね、相手が断っても一向に答えないんだから。 セイバーも頑固だし、いっそああいうやつの方がお似合いかもよ。
Tasaka's being irresponsible, so I'm sure that's why she looks so amused. Tasaka looks like she's happy to have conversation with this, like this with Saber, even though Saber seems disinterested.
ですからそのようなことに関心はないと言っているでしょう。彼は確かに優れた英霊ですが、私とは考え方が違いすぎる。
Saber's responses are at least sincere.
へえ、だってさシロ、セイバーは男なんて関心がないんだって。安心した？
I'm gonna kick you.
リン、今のはシロには関係のない話だと思います。
Damn.
今の発言はどこかおかしい。
でしょうね。今のは私の失言だったわ。けど何がおかしいのかって、おかしいことがおかしいわけ。
Tasaka laughs menacingly. Her eyes make it clear she's laughing at me as much as Saber. I don't know what's pissing me off, but I get up without a word.
ちょっとどこ行くのよシロ。
Tea. I'm getting thirsty. I figured I'd prepare tea for everyone. I huff and head towards the kitchen. Don't know why, but I'm just irritated. So I decided to make super bitter tea for Tasaka.
それじゃあとりあえず部屋に戻るわ。込み入った話は明日イリアが起きてからにしましょう。
After teasing Saber for a good while, Tasaka gulps down her bitter tea and gets up. Yeah, go to sleep. Don't come back here.
はいはい。それじゃああとはよろしくね。
I don't know why she's so amused, but Tasaka's mood seemed good even as she turns back into the outbuilding.
シロはどうするのです。傷が癒えたと言っても無理は禁物ですから、今夜は休むべきではないでしょうか。
Yeah, I intend to, but I'm going to watch Ilya a little more. If she seems alright, I'll take her to the spare room and then go to bed myself.
そうですか。それではそれまで私も付き添います。
And that's where our conversation ends. Tasaka was the one making all the noise, so it's gotten awkward now that it's quiet. Well, it's not that awkward. I'm anxious because there's so many questions rattling around my head and so many things I want to say. Come to think of it, I haven't really been able to talk to Saber. About the Grail, about her not being dead, about how even if she obtains the Grail, there's no salvation for her. There's no need to explain why. She still doesn't have a wish for herself. Saber, about our conversation earlier. Our eyes meet. Hers tell me that she knows what I want to say.
はい。何でしょうか、シロ。
She tries to divert what I have to say in her quiet tone. But I have to talk to her. I said about our earlier conversation. Tasaka said servants can stay in this world if they obtain the Holy Grail, so...
いいえ、私は残るつもりはありません。聖杯を手に入れれば元の私に戻るだけです。
So you're going to redo the selection of the king. Rather than saving yourself from the brink of death, you want to start over from the very beginning.
はい。国を守るのは王の責務です。私の力が及ばなかったのですから、せめてふさわしい王を選び直さなければなりません。
She says this like she's talking to us about a stranger. For some reason, I get real mad. You idiot! Wake up! To hell with the king's duty. What matters is that you're here. And so you should do what you want to do. You're strong, right? Then finish off this war right now. Get your Holy Grail and quit being a servant. If you have a wish, don't use it to go back in time and redo everything. If you want to change, don't change your past self. But find a way to change now. Then return to the past from here. Saber doesn't answer. She sighs.
シロ、しつこいです。その話はもうやめてほしい。
Fuck no! Oh. She rejects what I said outright.
それに、 聖杯があればこの時代に残れるというわけではありません。アーチャー、あのサーバントは聖杯を手に入れたから残っているわけではない。なぜなら前回の戦いで聖杯を得られるはずがないのですから。
Yeah. Huh? What do you mean?
ないものは手に入れようがないでしょう。あの日街が炎に包まれた時、聖杯は破壊されたのです。私を裏切ったマスターエミやキリツグによって。
Here we go. What? The edges of my visions go dark. I nearly fall backward, but catch myself with both hands. Kiritsugu Emiya.
はい、10年前、前回の聖杯戦争における私のマスターは彼でした。私とキリツグは最後まで勝ち残り、聖杯はキリツグの手に渡った。アーチャーとそのマスターはまだ残っていましたから、あとは彼らを倒すだけで聖杯戦争は終了するはずだった。ですがキリツグは聖杯を捨てたのです。その結果、町は火に包まれました。あの男は私に命じて聖杯を破壊させた。聖杯に触れられるのはサーバントだけですから。キリツグは最後の霊樹を使って私の手で強制的に聖杯を破壊させたのです。聖杯が失われてはサーバントはこの世にとどまれない。キリツグも私をとどめようとは思わなかった。私の記憶はそこまでです。あのアーチャーとの決着も私を裏切ったキリツグを問いただすこともできなかった。
It's not like I never thought about it. My old man was a mage, and he lived in this town. He could have been involved in the Holy Grail War. But still, why didn't you tell me, Saber? Why didn't you tell me my old man was a master?
通常サーバントというのは以前の記憶など持ちませんし、同じ英霊がサーバントとして召喚されることもない。私はサーバントとしては異例です。ですからこの件に関しては口に出すべきではないと判断したのです。それにシローにはキリツグがどんなマスターだったのかを語るのは気が進まなかった。
Huh? Why didn't you want to tell me?
シロー、あなたが私の過去を夢見たように私もあなたの過去を見てしまった。あなたのことにも驚きましたが、キリツグの変わりようも私には信じられなかった。シローの記憶にいるエミやキリツグは立派な人物です。ですが私の記憶にある彼はそのような人物ではなかった。一言で言ってしまえば彼は典型的な魔術師だった。己が目的にしか興味はなく、阻む者は何であろうと排除する。およそ私が戦いを通して話しかけられたのは3度だけです。
Actually, I think that's accurate. I think he only did like give three spoken words to her, or three spoken orders to her.
言うまでもないとは思いますが。残忍というわけではなかったし、殺人鬼というわけでもなかった。けれど彼には情というものが存在しなかった。キリツグが私を道具として扱ったように、彼本人もまた自身を道具としてしか見ていなかった。キリツグはあらゆる感情を殺し、あらゆる敵を殺した。そこまでして信じたものが何であったのかは私にはわからない。ただその目的であった聖杯を前にして彼は私に破壊を命じた。告白すれば、あの時ほど霊樹の存在を呪ったことも、私を裏切った相手を呪ったこともありません。
Good reason. There's the truth in Saber's words. No, they must all be true. I realized I knew nothing about what Kiritsugu was like before I met him. There was no way for me to find out what kind of person he'd been before that, and there was no need. Even if Kiritsugu Emiya was cold-hearted, it wouldn't change a thing. The man who adopted Shiro Emiya as his son was so much warmer. That's the only truth about him to me. But what nags at me is, if Kiritsugu truly was so ruthless, then his final moments were just too empty and futile. I see. Then maybe I was able to summon you because I'm Kiritsugu's son.
わかりません。キリツグは正規の手順で私を呼び寄せました。マスターとしての適性が高かったキリツグは、歴史のある魔術師の家系に雇われ、聖杯戦争に参加した。マスターとしての準備は、その家系が全て揃えたと言います。彼らは私の遺品をコーンウォールから発掘し、キリツグに委ねて聖杯戦争に臨ませた。キリツグはそれを触媒にして私を召喚したのです。ですからキリツグ本人には私を呼び寄せる因子もなければ属性が近いというわけでもありません。シローが私を引き寄せたのは何か別の力が働いたからでしょう。
I got it. I'm not surprised my old man was a master. What does surprise me is that his servant is the same King Arthur with me now. And one more thing. Saber said that the Holy Grail was destroyed. Then maybe this war was meaningless to begin with. I don't get it. You already knew there's no Holy Grail, right? So why did you decide to join this ridiculous war?
確かに聖杯の有無は私には分かりません。けれど私が呼ばれた以上聖杯はなければおかしい。忘れたのですかシロ。私は聖杯を手に入れるためにサーバントになった。逆に言えば聖杯がない場所に私は呼ばれないのです。
Oh yeah, but then does that mean a Holy Grail can fix itself after it's destroyed?
いいえ、聖杯はそう簡単に替えが利くものではない。一度壊れた聖杯が治ることなどないでしょう。
Okay. But then
ですがあるはずです。サーバントは聖杯の磁力に惹かれて現れる。聖杯がなければサーバントは現れない。それはあの神父も語っていたのではありませんか。
the priest. Oh yeah, that guy. The guy living in the church, the overseer of the Holy Grail War. The man who managed the Holy Grail should be able to answer all my questions. The end of the previous war, the whereabouts of the destroyed Holy Grail, and how that Archer is still around. And yeah, what did Kiritsugu see at the end of the battle that made him want to destroy the Holy Grail? I wake up alone. Even if she's recovered, Saber still needs to sleep on occasion. The moment we return to our room, Saber immediately falls asleep. I went to bed as well, if only to make her feel better. That was about an hour ago. It's past midnight. I should be able to get out of the house without Saber or Tasaka noticing it this hour. And off to the church we go. I sneak outside, trying not to make a sound. I thought of using the bike, but I'd just run the risk of waking them up. So I walk. There's not a single person outside. It's late, but the silence is still eerie. The air is frozen, and there doesn't seem to be any sign of life in the buildings. On the other hand, it feels like something dark and sinister is swirling at my feet. Did something happen to the town while Ilya had me prisoner? Feels like bad omen hangs over this place. This isn't my imagination. I look towards the mountain in the distance. Ryudo Temple, which stands at the distance away from town, only looks like a black lump from here. But that It looks like it's swaying in the night air, rumbling and throbbing. I crossed the dark river and walked to Shinto. Huh, so it's been 10 days. On that day, the night I met Saber for the first time and walked across this bridge with Tasaka seems so long ago. I see the church. I've never been here before. I may have said as much to Tasaka, but I did have a connection with the church. If things have gone differently, I would have ended up under the care of the church and then been adopted by some family later on. It would have been either Emiya family or that church. One hell of a fork in the road. 10 years ago, all the kids in the hospital were orphans. The church took them all in, at least temporarily. I was the only one in that group of orphans to be adopted from the hospital. That's probably why. I've been unconsciously avoiding the church out of guilt. It's also why 11 days ago I told Tasaka it was my first time going to the church. But that was a lie! Oh. The lights inside the church are on. I don't really like that priest, but there are things I need to ask him. Okay, let's go. I take a deep breath and put my hand on the heavy church doors. Father Kodamine, are you here? I step inside as I call out for him. But there's nobody in the chapel. The lights are on, but this vast space is so quiet I find myself more nervous than if it were dark. Hey, is anyone here? There's no reply. I can't keep going in further, so I might have to give up tonight. I whirl around and I hear someone from behind me. Why are you still awake, man? Like, good God. The suddenness of his appearance leaves me speechless. Kodamine sounds bored and turns back to the door he came through. Oh, hold on. I came here to ask you something. As Kodamine sees so, he opens the door at the back of the church. Kodamine doesn't bother asking my opinion. He just disappears at the back of the church. I've come this far. I can't go home empty-handed. I steel myself, determined not to let Kodamine intimidate me this time, and I head toward the back of the church. Whoa, the outside's impressive, but the inside is pretty intricate too. This must be a courtyard. The garden and the passageways are too magnificent for Kodamine to live here alone. The priest disappears around yet another corner. Damn, he's not waiting for me. I complain to myself as I chase after Kodamine. The church is a small labyrinth, so I don't have any choice but to follow Kodamine. We enter a modest stone chamber. This room is simple, far from the elegance of that chapel in the courtyard. It must be Father Kodamine's private room. The priest makes his apology as he plops down on the sofa. I smell the faint aroma of what might be wine. For the smell to linger in this room, he must really like wine. Nobody's standing around like a fool. I was just looking around because this room seemed weird. I'm going to go home as soon as I finish my business here. This priest really gets on my nerves. I feel like he's reading my mind, and whenever I try to deal with him directly, I get intimidated. Don't lie. You knew all along. You knew my old man was Saber's master and that the Holy Grail was not destroyed. You're the overseer here to manage the Holy Grail, so you can't not know.
セイバー自身がそう言ったのか。
Yeah. I heard that's how the last Holy Grail War ended. The priest falls silent, contemplating something.
サーバントが前回の記憶を受け継いでいるというのは異常だ。セイバーは故障しているのか、それともあのセイバーそのものが異常なのか。何にせよ通常のサーバントとは言えないな。英霊は記憶など持たない。過去、現在、未来、いかなる時代にも呼び出される連中に記憶があっては矛盾が生じる。奴らにあるものは生前の記録だけだ。死後英霊となってからの出来事は一切記憶されないはずだ。
He ponders this, as if he still isn't convinced. I get it. Kodamine doesn't know Saber hasn't fully become a heroic spirit, so he can't truly understand the situation. That's not what's going on. Saber's circumstances are different from other servants.
事情が違う？なるほど。わざわざ訪れた要件はそれか。いいだ。話してみろ。
His haughty attitude pisses me off, but I don't have time to deal with that too. I don't like it, but this man might be able to give me a clear explanation. It seems Saber isn't dead yet. Her contract to become a heroic spirit isn't complete. It appears she wished for the Holy Grail just as she was dying, and she agreed to become a heroic spirit as the price of obtaining it. So she's not completely dead. She won't die until she obtains the Holy Grail, and that's when she'll become a servant in a normal sense.
死んでいない。では、セーバーはまだ輪廻の枠にとどまっているということか。他の英霊のように時間から外れたわけではないと。
Yeah, I think that's what that means. Tasaka said Saber's basically been carved out of time.
そうか。英霊のように事が済めば消えるのではなく、聖杯を手に入れるまでは英霊として駆り出されるということか。 だが、あれは未だ聖杯を手に入れていないため、失敗するたびに死の直前にいる自身に戻ってしまう。そうして前回の記憶を持ったまま、今回も呼び出された。わざわざ死ぬために聖杯を求めるとは、英雄というのは分からぬな。そうして手に入れたところで、 待っているのはサーバントとして刺激されることだけだろう。
I mean, basically, yeah. Right. Even she gets the Holy Grail and has her wish granted, so she'll become another servant. I don't like that. Besides, what are servants? You say that you use heroic spirits like familiars. But are they contradictory heroic spirits like Saber?
さあ、そのあたりのシステムなど知らんよ。魂の永続。その秘宝を真似て作られたのがサーバントシステム。こればかりは立案者であった当時の人間しか知るまい。
And they've been long since dead. The permanence of the soul?
いや、もともとはそういうものだっただけという話だ。関係のないこと忘れろ。それで意味やしろ。つまるところ、お前はあのセーバーをサーバントではなくしたいというのだな。
Is that what I want? I do think Saber's situation is messed up. Aiming for the Holy Grail is all well and good, but afterwards the only thing waiting for her is their disappearance. Even if someone other than King Arthur is chosen as king, and when King Arthur ceases to exist in our history, the hero King Arthur will continue to be used by who knows how many others, and that seems wrong to me. So if she can stop being a servant and just live a normal life...
それは不可能だ。死者は蘇らない。生
かに時間に止まっていようと、私たちにとってセーバーは死んだものだ。彼女を現世に呼び出しているのは聖杯の力であり、彼女が英霊になる交換条件を飲んだからだろう。聖杯を求めない彼女はサーバントとして召喚されることはない。そして聖杯を求める以上、遅かれ早かれ彼女は完全なサーバントになるだろう。たとえ今回が失敗に終わっても、彼女にはチャンスなど無限にある。
I mean, you're correct.
セイバーは未だ時間軸にとどまっているため、聖杯を手に入れる機会を同時に行えるというわけでもないし、一度失敗した試練をやり直すということもできない。一度失敗した試練は何度やり直そうと失敗する。結果を体験しているからといって決定した結果は変えられないからだ。だがそれでも聖杯を手に入れるのは時間の問題だろう。聖杯を手に入れる機会はこの聖杯戦争だけではない。聖杯に関する試練はあらゆる時代に存在する。その全てをしらみつぶしに続けていけば、いずれ聖杯は手に入れられる。そもそも彼女は結果として聖杯を手に入れるからこそ英霊として召喚されているのだ。お前のセーバーをサーバントでなくす方法など、あれがお前の前に現れた時点で存在しまい。
Because she wished to be a servant. I knew it. As long as Saber seeks the Holy Grail, there's no way she can avoid becoming a servant. She will stay like this forever unless she decides to use the Holy Grail for herself. Even if this Holy Grail war ends and there's no need to fight anyone. If she doesn't obtain the Holy Grail, she's just going to try again next time. The moment she obtains it, she turns into this so-called heroic spirit and sent all across time. So whether she obtains the Holy Grail or not, she'll remain a servant forever.
そうとは限らんだろう。聖杯が本当に万能の杯であるのなら、セーバーを救うことはできる。
But you just said that was impossible.
なあ、セーバーをサーバントでなくすのは不可能だ。だがお前が望んでいるのは、セーバーを人としてこの世にとどまらせることだろう。ならば、そう難しいことではない。聖杯戦争が終わった後、サーバントを人として生かすこともできる。もっとも、死んでしまえば死の直前にいる彼女に戻ることになるが。
How do I do that?
英霊とサーバントは似て非なるものということだ。通常英霊として召喚される者には意志などない。連中はただ目的を果たすためだけの道具として召喚され消え去っていく。だがサーバントは別だ。あれは聖杯によって呼び出された本体だからな。それならば世界に留めておくだけで人として生きていこう。
Can you do something like that? Saber said that the Holy Grail disappeared the moment that it was destroyed last time. Without the Holy Grail, I thought servants can't stay.
無論だ。サーバントを呼び出すのは聖杯であり、その後に彼らを維持させるのがマスターの役割だ。だがそれも聖杯がマスターの後押しをしているからでね。本来魔術師一人程度の魔力ではサーバントを維持できない。聖杯という強大な魔力提供源がなければサーバントは消えてしまう。
I figured then.
いや、足りないのなら補えばいいだけの話だろう。サーバントにとって魔力提供など代償行為に過ぎない。連中の本質は魂食いだ。存在濃度が薄れ始めたのなら他人の魂で補充すればよい。
Is he telling me to attack random people like Shinji did? The hell? I can't let her do that. Anyway, Saber wouldn't want to remain here if that's what she had to do to do it.
そうか。ならば、あとは聖杯の中身を使うしかあるまい。簡単な話だ。お前が真実セーバーを人として生かしたいのなら、聖杯をセーバーに飲ませればいい。
He must have anticipated my resistance. The look on his face tells me that this is the conclusion he wanted me to reach this whole time. Are you telling me to grant my wish using the Grail?
いや、それはお前の願いとは関係がない。聖杯の中身はそういうものだ。リンから聞かなかったか。サーバントは杯に満ちた水を飲むことによって現世で2度目の生を授けられるのだと。もっともそれはこの時代の使い魔として立場を確立したに過ぎぬがな。肉体は依然サーバントのままだが、マスターさえ存命ならばこの世界にとどまれるようになる。
But that means there's no solution. Even if she were able to stay in this world, it would be pointless if she's still a servant. She wouldn't be able to exist without magical energy from her master, and even if she managed to live in this world for a long time, she'd just go back to that hill after her death. Saber would never agree to such a thing. She doesn't care about a second life. She insists she's going to use the Holy Grail for something else. But then again, does the Holy Grail, the key to all of this, even still exist in this world? I've heard enough. Basically, you're telling me to get the Holy Grail, but does the Grail even exist? If my old man destroy it, wouldn't it? If the Holy Grail doesn't exist, then there's no reason to fight. This ridiculous fight to the death is pointless.
戦う理由はないか。何を今さら。もとより君に理由などない。
He says that, and time seems to just stop. There's no reason to fight. He told me that before. I'd just become a master, and I didn't have much of a reason to fight. So at the time, when he said what he said didn't sink in. I just ignored him, thinking he was being sarcastic. But what about now? There's a reason for me to fight. If there's a Holy Grail, I want to end this war, and if possible, I want to give this Grail to Saber. There is a reason for me to fight, and a perfectly good one at that. But why? Why do these simple words make me shake so much like I'm about to vomit up everything I've held in for so long? A voice shatters the stillness that had been locked up in my thoughts. It's the voice of a man I don't want to hear. But that voice at least settles the wave of nausea I feel creeping up on me.
もとより聖杯は受け皿に過ぎぬからな。なくなれば用意した者が新しい聖杯を用意する。
Huh? Someone will prepare another one? Is a Holy Grail easy to make?
器を作るだけならばな。無論相応の技術が必要となってくるが、もとよりその技術なくして聖杯戦争は成り立たなかった。もともと聖杯とは神の血を受け継いだ杯ではなく、古より伝わる魔法の鎌が原型なのだ。お前も魔術師の端くれならば知っていよう。ユートピア、ギリシャ語でたどり着けない場所という意味を持つそこには、願いを叶える万能の鎌があるとされた。このあらゆる神話の根底にある万能の鎌を再現しようとした魔術師たちがいた。それがアインツベルム、マキリ、トーサカの三家。連中は何代かにわたって万能の鎌を再現する儀式を模索し、200年前にそれを完成させた。それが1度目の聖杯戦争。人工物に過ぎない聖杯に万能の鎌を降霊させ、道を開こうとした儀式だった。
Heinsburn. Is that Ilya's family?
そうだ。アインツベルンはラインの黄金とやらの伝承に長けていてな。こと聖杯の模造品を作る技術は神業だった。だがそれだけでは聖杯を呼び出すことはできん。ふさわしい土地と強力な呪縛が必要となる。それらを提供したのが遠坂とマキリ。当時教会と魔術協会は係争の真っ最中だったからな。儀式には教会の目が届かない極東の地が選ばれた。
That checks out.
アインツベルンはそれを見越して遠坂を仲間に引き入れたのだろう。遠坂はここ一帯の霊地の持ち主であり、その死は高霊術の対価だった。アインツベルンとしては遠坂なくして聖杯召喚は不可能だった。だが二つの家だけでは容易に裏切りが起きてしまう。ことは三すくみにすべきだと考えたのか。遠坂はマキリの家系にもこの話を持ち込んだ。マキリも長い年月を持つ名門でな。こと使い魔に関しては優れた技法を持っていた。サーバントを縛る霊樹を作り上げたのもマキリだ。そうして連中は聖杯召喚に一致団結したわけだが、いざ成功してみれば残ったのは潰し合いだ。一度目の聖杯の降霊は連中が戦っている間に終わってしまったらしいな。そうして代を重ね聖杯戦争というルールを作り、形だけは元の協力関係に戻った。遠坂はこの土地とサーバントを形作るシステムを提供し、マキリはサーバントを縛る霊樹を提供した。そしてアインツベルンは聖杯が宿る器を用意する。それらが彼らの敷いた協力関係というわけだ。
I'm not so sure what's amusing about this, but the priest seems to enjoy telling me about it. But I see, they say the Holy Grail War is a witch rule. But I didn't know Ilya and the Sasaka families were the ones who created the whole thing.
聖杯を用意したのはアインツベルンだからな。前回キリツグに裏切られた彼らは最強の切り札を投入してきた。おそらくアインツベルンの娘が聖杯を持っているのだ。
Probably. Huh? Ilya holds the Holy Grail? That's weird. I don't think I saw anything in her belongings that looked like a Holy Grail.
さて、これで気は済んだか。お前が何を悩むのかは私には知り得ない。だが解決する手段は聖杯のみだ。それが分かったのなら早々に帰るがいい。戦いはまだ終わっていない。セーバーもつけずに出歩くのは正気の沙汰ではないぞ。
He's right. It's none of your business. I'm aware Lancer's Master is still around. Hold on. There's one more thing I need to ask. Kodamine, surveys disappear once the Holy Grail disappears. That's what you said, right?
言ったが、何か問題でも。
Yeah, big time. I don't know who it was, but there is an 8th servant. According to Saber, he's been in this world since the previous war. I can see he's shocked. Kodamine's eyes go wide. What's going on, Kodamine? I came here thinking you might know something about this.
消えなかったサーバントがいるということだ。そう不思議ではあるまい。前回の戦いはセーバーが聖杯を破壊することで終わったのだ。つまりセーバーの他にもう一人サーバントは残っていた。セイバーは潔く消えたが、そのサーバントが限界することを望んだのなら話はたやすい。それは魂を食らうことで魔力を補い、この10年間生き続けたのだろう。
Most likely. That's impossible. That servant was frighteningly powerful. If someone like that hung around for 10 years, someone like you or my old man would have detected them.
分かっている。おそらくかくまっている者がいたのだろう。そのサーバントのマスターか、もしくは
Or what?
聖杯戦争を知りながらマスターの資格を持ち得なかった魔術師だ。そういった人物には一人心当たりがあるのだが、それもないな。マキリのご老体はとうに隠居している。
Kotomine must be satisfied as he gets up from the sofa.
話はここまでだ。今の話を聞いては監督役として放ってはおけん。そのサーバントに関しては私が調べよう。お前は残るランサーとの戦いに専念するがいい。
How did he know the other two were already gone? Kotomine heads to the exit, indicating that there is nothing else to discuss. There's definitely nothing more we gain by staying here. I follow Kotomine out of the dark stone room. From there, he leads me to the entrance in silence. I leave the church, and behind me,
聖杯を手に入れればセーバーは死ぬ。その意味が分かっているのだろうな、エミヤシロ。
the priest puts that to me, maybe to make certain I remember. He watches me from the door with a condescending twist to his lips. Saber will die if she obtains the Grail. I don't need anyone to remind me of that. Saber's goal is to obtain the Grail only, but she doesn't want its power for herself. And as long as she obtains the Holy Grail, nothing will bind Saber anymore. She'll be freed from going back to the point right before her death, and she will truly die. Why the sudden change of heart? You're not one to give me warnings like that.
なあ、お前がセーバーに肩入れしている様は喜ばしいのでな。私なりの行為として忠告しているのだよ。聖杯を手に入れてしまえばセーバーは消える。彼女と共にいたいのならば、聖杯は諦めるべきだろうと。
That doesn't make any sense. The war has to end. That doesn't make any sense. I can't keep Saber here without the Holy Grail.
聖杯に頼ることはあるまい。先ほどのサーバントの話もある。セーバーを存命させたいのなら、魂を与え
And she'll never do that. Screw you. I won't allow that. I glare at the priest.
そうか。それは残念だ。
My glare has no effect on him. He just laughs in amusement.
ならば、聖杯の中身に期待するしかないな。お前のサーバントが望まないにしても、令状を一つ残しておけばそれでいい。お前の望みはそれでかな。
That's part of the process. He's saying, it doesn't matter if Saber doesn't want it. If I'm her master, I just need to force her to drink from the Holy Grail using the power of the command spell.
おや、失言だったか。そう睨むな。あくまで今のは忠告に過ぎぬ。ま、セイバーの意志を尊重するのもよかろう。彼女の人生だ。我々が口を出す権利はない。例のサーバントに関しては明日中に調べ上げよう。
Or be dead by tomorrow.
気が向いたのならもう一度訪れるがいい。
The church doors close. I glance up at the towering church before I turn to leave. I cross the bridge at night. This is the path I once walked with Saber. I was just looking at the scenery, not thinking about anything at the time.
聖杯を手に入れればセーバーは死ぬ。その意味が分かっているのだろうな、エミヤシロ。
I know. I don't need you to tell me that. But why is everything so complicated? Saber shouldn't obtain the Holy Grail. But the only thing that can save her is the Holy Grail.
彼女と共にいたいのならば聖杯は諦めるべきだろう。それでも存命させたいのなら彼女に魂を与え続ければいい。
I can't do that. Even if I asked her to do it, she would refuse. She would choose to disappear if that were the alternative. She will disappear, and then she'll have to do another Holy Grail all over again later.
ならばレイジを一つ残しておけばそれでいい。お前の望みはそれで叶う。
Now shut up. Kodamine's words are poison. I can't get rid of them. In a rage, I smash my fist against the nearby rail, desperately hoping to clear my mind. I hear an echoing metallic clang. There's no other sound. Not so much as a car or another person passing by. Damn, why am I getting all worked up? I lean against the rail, grumbling to myself. I know I should just ignore Kodamine, but there's just some sort of power in his words. I can't ignore them. What do I want to do? What am I fighting for? In the beginning, I was stopping the Holy Grail War. But when did they become secondary? Did it happen when I started to stubbornly fight on my own? Did it happen when I realized how helpless I am and started to cooperate with Saber? Or did it happen when I made a sword for her, after our souls entwined that night in the ruins? No, that's all nonsense. I don't need to think about it. Since the beginning. My mind's been made up since I met her in the shed. The night of her illuminated by the moonlight. That would have been fine. Had I not shared that dream of her past and not known any better, it would have been over without me even noticing. But I did find out. I knew I couldn't leave her alone, and I start to hope that I somehow not lose her. I wish to stay this way. I want to keep seeing her smile. Ow. The image of the girl watching the sunset alone on that hill, strewn with swords. My chest hurts whenever I think of that scene. She never took any time for herself. That always bothered me. Kiritsugu always said not to make a girl cry. I much prefer her smiling face to her tears. That's why I was so angry Saber never smiled. But then, when I told her to smile, she always replied that she would rather see me smile. That's like looking at an unreachable star through a telescope. Damn. I look up at the night sky. I stare up at the star I could never reach. A trickle. I don't know how it formed, but I feel a tear slide down my cheek. I love her. I say it to nobody. As dense as I may be, I have to at least admit how I feel. I can't stop this feeling anymore. I realize I've fallen in love with her, so much so that thinking about her can bring me to tears. Do you have to be here right now, Rin? Like, honestly? I hear Tasaka's voice as I arrive. She's standing at the entrance. Tasaka, why are you... She grabs my hand and without waiting for me to reply, drags me down the hall. I'm just trying to get to the next day. And she brings me to her room. She's awkward about it, but she's being considerate. Yeah, thanks. Honestly, the hot tea is comforting. It took me a good hour to walk home from the neighboring town. I walked slowly, so I was cold to the bone. As usual, she doesn't beat around the bush. I get it, Tasaka must have known that I was going to do this from the very beginning. But she didn't stop me. She just waited for me to come home, and now she's even made me tea. I feel like a new man, now that my mind is made up, and I appreciate Tasaka's thoughtfulness. Which is probably why I say, yeah, I went. There was something I wanted to ask him about. I don't hide anything, I'm honest with her.
そっか。じゃあ何をしてきたかは聞かない。シロもそれでいいでしょ？
Yeah. It wasn't a fruitful conversation anyway. I just wanted to check with him about the current situation.
そう。でも驚いたな。セイバーがまだサーバントになりきってないだなんて。最強のサーバントがその実一番半端なサーバントだったなんて悪い冗談じゃない。
Yeah, and Saber didn't have to end up as a servant. She nods in agreement.
意外ね。シロとアッチャー、もしかしたら気があったのかもしれないな。あいつもね、シロと同じこと言ってたから。
Eh? Archer? You mean you're Archer?
そう、あーちゃんも言ってたわ。自分は後悔してるからセイバーにはそうなってほしくないって。
Huh? Why would he be worried about Saber? I thought he hated Saber.
そうなんだけどね。やっぱりさ、あいつってセイバーにゆかりの騎士だったんじゃないかな。初めてセイバーと戦った時、あいつ明らかに手を抜いてたでしょ。あの時から怪しいと思ってたんだ。
Well, really? But Saber said she didn't recognize Archer.
そうなの？けどセイバーは王様だったんでしょ。なら国民を全て把握していたわけでもないし、忘れてることだってあるんじゃない？
You know, if you're going to go that route, the possibilities are endless. If you can't remember someone's face, that's as good as not knowing them.
そうでもないわよ。伝説だとさ、アーサー王の進化には運が悪くてキャメロットを追われた騎士も多いでしょ。あいつその一人だったのかもしれないわ。あいつが正体を隠していたのは私にじゃなくてセイバーに対してだったって言うんなら割と納得がいくんだけど。
Tasaka's unusually chatty tonight. It's probably her way of trying to be considerate. Maybe not particularly effective, but Tasaka is a good person. She's usually pretty relentless, but she still lends a helping hand. She's got a kind of big sister thing going on. We drink tea for a few more minutes. Tasaka turns and looks straight at me. Guess she's run out of patience.
で、あなたはどうしたいの、シロ？
I'm going to take her on a date tomorrow. Convenient. So, this is like so out of like nowhere for her. She's going to be like, huh? I can't think of anything else. It's a spur of the moment idea I came up with on my walk back home. But then, I don't know where the somber mood went from earlier went because Tasaka makes the most bizarre face. She burst out into uncontrollable laughter.
ちょっと待って。心の準備が。すごいってば。すっごいわがままぶりよ、シロ。
Damn, I'm so dumb. I should have seen this coming. Shut up! What's wrong with me being selfish? I know this is not the time for it, but I'm not going to let you get in our way.
違う。シロがおかしくて。
Tasaka slaps my back hard. She holds her stomach with her other hand, laughing so hard now she's nearly in tears. Ugh. I think this is the worst she's ever treated me. It like, granted, he was gonna do it anyway, right? But it was probably the stupidest thing he could have said to her. Well, I'm happy for you. None of that was funny for me.
デート、頑張んなさい。私、あなたたちのこと好きよ。
Tasaka says that kindly, doing a complete about face from a second ago. Yeah, I'll try my best. Honestly, that came out of left field. When she says it like that, all I could do is nod. Please go to bed. I go back to my room. As Saber's awake, I'm going to fucking throw a goddamn fit. Go to sleep. Saber is still asleep and the house is peaceful. If there's nothing, as if there's nothing happening. It rained today, but what about tomorrow? I look up at the clouds slowly passing overhead. Unlike me, as it is, I pray for a sunny day tomorrow. Give me the save point. Thank the fucking... Alright, here we go. February 14th. Fate, Utopia. Never learned your true name. Never learned about a noble phantasm. Didn't learn shit. Also, Archer number 2. That's crazy. Look at the noble phantasm. There's the EX. Magic resistance, independent action, charisma A+. No hero info. No name. No true name. Good luck. B strength. Constitution. Agility. But that noble phantasm. Let's fucking go. Alright. Anyway, let's look at the flowchart. Okay, so a lot of this, right, seems to be like day-by-day basis. You make like 1 or 2 decisions and then you move on. Which means any deviations have to take place before this moment in time. Because this one was too late for Tasaka's, so it has to literally be up in here. Somehow. Or this one. But yeah, these flowcharts are going to be fucking insane. Look at this one right here. This one alone drives me fucking nuts. I hate it. There's 6 options there. And I'm going to have to look at all of it. Alright, anyway, it's late o'clock. I went a lot longer than I intended to, but that was just because I was waiting for the day to end, and then he decided, oh, I'm just going to visit him tonight, because why the fuck not? Because I wanted to end before I even went to the church, and then I come home and Rin's still fucking awake, and I'm just like, what the fuck is wrong with you? So, fine. Anyway, thank you, appreciate you. If you're watching on the YouTubes, you'll let me know. Like, comment, subscribe, all that fun stuff. It does mean a lot. If you're in the stream, of course. Glad you were here, glad you were chatting with me, all that fun stuff. And I will see everybody next time. So my vacation starts after tomorrow night. So when I stream again tomorrow, I will technically be on vacation for 2 weeks. Which will be nice. So a lot more streams, a lot more time to get streams done. Hopefully we can just like bust a lot of these bad endings out or something like that and figure out a way to get around everything. And hopefully it all just lines back up and says, yep, done, 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 done. But trying to get the main routes done is going to be the biggest trauma for me. So we're going to try and do our best. And obviously, there's going to be things where I have to do things certain ways or talk to people in a certain way or get certain affection points or something like that. It's going to drive me fucking nuts. So if it gets too complicated, I will probably just pull up like something that says, all right, do this, this, and this, and then go from there. But for the main quests, I'm just going to let it rock. If anything gets too bad or too serious or something like that, the game should guide me in the right direction. But for the most part, I think I'm going on the right paths. So anyway, take care. Appreciate you. Have a good night. Bye.